we're starting in with Greg Jacoby in a PA 22/20. What's that /20 mean, Don?
Well, they could be either a Piper Tri-Pacer or a Pacer. So these are the Pacers because they just have conventional landing gear. And if it was a Tri-Pacer, you would have a nose gear on the airplane. But these airplanes have their little short, stubby wings. They reminded me of a bumblebee, you know. Why does a bumblebee fly? Because it's got all the power in the world to fly. Well, these little guys here, they're going to show you that they're really better than a bumblebee. I'm telling you, even with all the power in the world or low power, they still perform extremely well.
So as we was talking about earlier, I wonder if will they be able to put the Acme shocks on these after they get them certified?
You know, they're working on the process because there are internally bungees. They've got a hydrodor, kind of a shock on them with the bungees, but they're underneath the pilot seat. I'm sure Acme sooner or later will be working on something to kind of help these guys because they definitely bounce a little bit sometimes.
We're going to watch a lot of energy management here today. And it's just, I can't stress enough of managing that energy, coming over those pylons, and having that airplane set up in an airspeed profile. And every airplane's different. Your glide profile, that's why we practice engine out procedures to know what your glide profile is.
Right.
And to be able to manage that without bumping that throttle, get it in within that 70-foot corridor there between the scratch line and the timer line and get it shut down, that's piloting.
That's being a pilot, baby, all the way. What did Goose say to Maverick and the first Top Gun? He said, do some of that pilot stuff, Maverick. Can't say that word that he said. Yeah. Do some of that pilot stuff, baby.
Do some of that pilot stuff. I like it.
All right, while we're waiting on them, one of our other platinum sponsors is Mid-Continent Aircraft Corporation. Love these guys. Mid-Continent has been a leader in the aviation industry since it was founded in 1949 by late Dick Reed, a World War II reconnaissance pilot. I'm going to tell you, and he would love what we're doing here. I'll tell you, I'm going to expand upon that's why I'll bring him up. Because reconnaissance pilot back in World War II, you know, you didn't have drones. You know, you didn't have the satellites. You know, they didn't have any of those secret eyes in the skies to look for the troops running around the ground. They had to use liaison aircraft. They had to go out with these small airplanes that were not hardly as big as these, and they would go out and they would run along and they would hit a hedgerow and they'd jump up over the hedgerow, back down, and they didn't know. The enemy could be right on the other side of that hedgerow, and if they weren't really stealthy flying along, they would get shot at, get shot down, and they were the eyes in the skies. They were the manned drone, as you would call it, back in the day. So these guys, these reconnaissance pilots.
Greg Jacoby has been cleared for takeoff.
All right.
So the airplane that Greg's flying came out, they started producing those after the war.
Right after the war, yeah. This is one of the airplanes that, but the L4 was an interesting airplane. I'll talk about it real quick while he's flying. The L4 was really the basis of a lot of these airplanes that you see out here today. It was the J3 in the civilian world, and they would have two guys flying that airplane, and they could radio back to the ground and tell the ground commanders where the bad guys were, you know. And what they did is they got the nickname grasshoppers. They called them a grasshopper because they would run along, like say, on the ground, hop up over the hedgerow, back down, and so they called them grasshoppers. So it was pretty neat. And Patton back in the war, there was a particular airplane that was really cool. And what he would do, those guys would, if they got shot down, they'd try to fix the airplane. Well, there was one airplane in particular, okay, called Janie. And, all right, here he comes buzzing by.
Nice, steady climb. Starting his turn.
So Janie was an interesting airplane, Greg, I tell you, and it got damaged. When it got repaired, Patton found out about it, and he went over there, and he awarded the only Purple Heart ever to an aircraft was awarded by Patton to Janie. So That airplane, of course, unfortunately got lost in all the shuffle at the end of the war. Nobody knows really where it ended up. It was for a little while. It was sitting on top of a post outside of a VFW in France. But still kind of an interesting story. And these airplanes are almost doing what that airplane would have done, kind of going down, going around corners, hopping over top of stuff, trying to evade the enemy.
You know, I don't know if you noticed, but David Curley that did the demo for us, his airplane's named Grasshopper.
Yeah, and it's
I,
the right color.
I didn't realize that when I was talking to him this morning. I didn't realize that that's what they call the reconnaissance airplanes.
That's right. I'm going to tell you, the Grasshoppers, like I say, it was interesting. And again, you know, me being a military guy, I really respect all of our World War II guys, all of our veterans, and especially the Grasshopper. I got another story I'll tell you about in a minute about a Grasshopper. There was a really special individual that was a guy that went above and beyond the call of duty.
I think Greg ought to be coming around here, and here he is. Let's watch his profile. He's got to worry about those bungees. He's got to keep his profile consistent so he doesn't bounce hard in that 70-foot square there.
Look at him. He's got that tail down. He's getting behind the power curve. Now he's setting that descent rate. Here he goes. Don't power it up.
He
powered it up.
Okay.
But he still did good.
He still tripped the timer.
He still did good. Still did good.
He's getting on the brakes. They're thinking about that every time. We talk about that. We talked about it in the briefing this morning about power management.
And that scratch line, though.
Try to profile your airplane so you don't have to give it any power.
That scratch line right there, though, is intimidating, brother. You know what I mean?
It is. It looks pretty small when you're up there trying to land on it, I tell you.
Yeah, us armchair pilot sitting over here, we're looking at it, and we're saying, don't give it power. But they're looking at it, and it's coming at them at 50 miles an hour.
And if I don't give it power, I could bounce too hard and bounce over the timer.
That's right.
This is Andy Jarditsky. He's in the same airplane that Greg Jacoby's flying. It's a PA-22-20.
Sounds like he has just a little bit less power, so he's got his work cut out for him.
You know, I think I'll check that. We have listed what they have for power. I'll get back to you on that.
All right. Well, while you're doing that, let me.
What were the different engines in PA-22?
Well, the PA-22 you could have all the way from 135 horse to 160 horse, and you know, most of these guys nowadays have 160 horse to 180 horse engine in them. But let me finish up with our guy with Mid-Continent Aircraft. We definitely want to give them credit because they're a platinum sponsor. Mid-Continent is a one-stop shop for all aviation needs. Their divisions include aircraft sales, insurance, parts, helmets, GPS, and is a certified FAA repair station. In addition, they boast satellite locations in Arkansas, Louisiana, Illinois, which provides aerial application services. For many years, Mid-Continent has specialized in restoration of Stearmans, one of which was customized for the late Oscar-nominated actor Steve McQueen. Can you believe that? They did one for Steve McQueen? Wow, that's pretty cool.
I think I could have been Steve McQueen.
No, maybe in your dreams.
Maybe.
Yeah. Mid-Continent is a dealer of Thrush aircraft. Danny Helms is a regional salesman for Husky Aircraft, ArkanSTOL's premier sponsor, platinum that is.
So, going back to it'd be Greg's first time. What do we have here?
Should be turning around any second, headed back this way.
We had 2 minutes and 52 seconds, and he had 110 on the landing, 110.9.
That was pretty doggone good for that bird.
So what's going to be fun to see here is they're flying, the same airframe.
Right.
And how they perform that management coming in.
It's going to be cool to see the difference in pilotage for sure. That's for sure. All right, here he comes. Now, see, he's already in a slip. He's already trying to get that altitude, translating that. He doesn't want to be that forward speed, though. Oh, he's doing a nice job. He's still got a little speed, but he's coming right on top of the cones. He gave it to Pyle.
Yep.
He didn't want to bounce that time, though. I seen that.
Yeah.
He was more worried about the bounce than he was clearing the.
He did. I believe he did. Yeah, we do have a time on him.
Okay.
3 minutes and 13 seconds.
A little less power, a little slower. Yeah.
I think he's going to have I think number 21 here is definitely gonna. He's quite a bit faster on that one. Let's see what he does in his second run to correct for that.
Right. I think he will. Folks, we have got a celebrity in front of us. Another one. I'm going to tell you, he's taking a picture of you and I, Greg. It is Brian Wallstrom with Experimental Aircraft Channel. Brian, thank you for being here today. If you guys hadn't checked out Brian's channels, how many channels do you have now, Brian? You got all kind of different stuff going on now, right? Just got the one Experimental Aircraft Channel, but you do reviews and you do stuff on different products besides just airplanes now. Are you working on that, or did I let the cat out of the bag too quick? Still working on it. So I went letting the cat out the bag.
Okay. Greg Jacoby's coming up for his second run today. And let's see what kind of corrections he makes. $11 o'clock today, we have a pilot advocacy meeting here in the white tent, AOPA tent. AOPA.
Gary Mitchell, right?
11 o'clock. If you have if you have a pilot's license, you need to be there.
Yeah, and that's from the man. And who's Jack?
Vanna Jack.
Yeah, excuse me.
Vanna Jack.
Vanna Klein.
Yeah.
Vanna Klein.
Yeah.
I don't know Jack, but I know Vanna. Vanna Klein right here. Wonderful person that he is. Thank you for the information. Keeping us up to date on all this stuff going on in the AOPA tent behind us, sponsored by them guys. Make sure you go right beside them, and don't forget to do the simulator. Do the simulator. That thing actually moves. Did you get in it?
That's going to get me a free sandwich this afternoon.
Well, the problem is I'm not sure they can handle our weight. That may be a problem. You know what I mean? It could be.
We can fit in it. We can fly it.
Okay. Now, see, he's got his altitude right, and he's not turning too fast. He's making a nice, smooth turn. I think that's a big deal. He had a great time because of that.
Greg shows that he's flown that airplane a lot.
Probably so.
You can always tell a pilot spends a lot of time with his equipment and understanding how that reacts in different conditions.
Right.
It's all part of the backwoods experience. Understanding what that airplane's going to do in different conditions.
All right, like I say, we have a celebrity up here. I'm going to tell you, he is for sure a legend in his own mind. And this is Brian Wallstrom with Experimental Aircraft Channel. Tell us what you've been doing, what's been going on, and what you think about ArkanSTOL.
ArkanSTOL year 3. I was here at the start of it, as many of us have, and it has really grown. It's doubled, I think, each year. And now, year 3, we've got video games being made after it, so I think they're doing okay.
Oh, no doubt about it. When you got a video game made after you're definitely you've hit the pinnacle for sure. What I really like, and probably you can attest to it though, is how much better the crowd is. What do you think about that?
Yeah, the crowd has definitely grown through the last 3 years, and today is no exception. See, the flight line's pretty much lined up, and as the day progresses, we'll have more and more show up. We've got perfect weather for it. I think we've been promoting this for a good amount of time to get people aware of what's going on out here. This is as back country as you can get, I think, in the Midwest and Southeast without going out to, like, Alaska, I think.
And here comes Greg. He's same consistent profile that he used the first time.
He hit the
He hit the gas at the end.
We've got to talk to this guy.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get him when he comes by. We'll educate him for sure. But anyway, again, Brian, thanks very much for getting the awareness out here. Appreciate what you do. Everybody, you need to tune in. You need to become a subscriber. You need to like and share all of his stuff that he does. It's really wonderful commentary, and we appreciate what he does. And here at ArkanSTOL, again, we appreciate all the people that's come out and seeing what's going on.
So from Greg's first run, his first run was 2 minutes 52 seconds. This run was 2 minutes 47 seconds. So he did improve it. And the landing distance is 106, and his first one was 110.9.
So the blip of the throttle didn't hurt a bit.
Nope.
That actually sped him up?
Yep.
You know, he probably listened to us on that, too.
He probably is.
Yeah, he did. He listened. He said, look, I'll blip the throttle because I knew I'm good. You know,
I mean, we're the type that people can come to. We'll tell them what they're doing.
Well, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But what the thing is the other thing we talked about this earlier. You guys, we got 69 taking off again.
Andy Jarczewski. Let's see how he does. His first run was 3:13. So let's see what he does on time this to go around. And Andy has a different approach than Greg does.
Right.
Greg's taking more of a straight in landing, and Andy utilizes the slip. So, timing, landing distance. Let's see if he didn't do as well as Greg did on his runs, but let's see what he does this time.
And that's the thing, is these are similar airplanes, so all the numbers are the same. But, the scoring system, like say we're using it here today, it's computer generated, so it's based on what the manufacturer says the airplane can do. And then these pilots have got to try to do better than what they say it can be done. Another one of the companies we need to talk about is one of our gold sponsors, Aeroprac. Aeroprac is a company, they've got the airplanes right here behind us. Dennis Long, and says that he is aged well for 64. Some people put strange stuff in their bio. I'm going to say that maybe he's aged okay, but kind of a stretch saying he's aged well. I just don't know. But anyway, he's been a pilot for 11 years total, 3,000 plus hours since November 2011. He's importing and selling light sport airplanes for 8 years, 60 airplanes sold at that time.
And we'll get to see those airplanes compete today.
Right.
They're a beautiful airplane.
Awesome.
Tricycle gear.
Right.
So it's different from our tail draggers out here.
Their landing configuration is definitely a little bit different for sure.
But they're a very well-built airplane. Performance is nice on them. They're really a neat setup. And you need to go over to their booth and see them.
That's right. Definitely go see. They've got one over here. He wants to make sure that people know it's called magenta. It's magenta.
It is magenta.
Yeah, I'm going to go there. Magenta is a good color for sure. But Aeroprac USA, importer and manufacturer of Aeroprac light sport airplanes, the A22 LF model and the A32 Vixen current. Aeroprac airplanes made in Europe, over 1,500 manufactured and sold around the world since 1994. Several world competitors have won gold medals over the last 20 years and several FIA world records by Aeroprac owners and designers. Now that's impressive for sure. Completely stock airplane, which is here today, the Magenta airplanes competed this year in competition. The on-site representative for ArkanSTOL is Dennis Long. And, of course, we give his bio right there. But go by and see those people at Aeroprac and see that magenta airplane.
Here comes Andy in his slip. He's going to make those pylons.
Yep, he got it.
Oh, he's got a good profile going.
Oh, yeah, he made it a little bounce.
Yep, he's got a little bounce going on.
I'll give him a 9.5 on that first one.
We ought to give him 4 landings on that
Four
one.
landings.
4 landings.
Yeah, 4 landings. I like it.
You know, if these pilots here, if they get hurt feelings by words, they're probably going to talk to us about it later.
Yeah, well, yesterday they kind of gathered behind us. They said they were looking at the monitor and they were checking out their scores, but I'm not so sure that they weren't looking at us trying to figure out how they could knock us off. All right, now I just seen some, did you see the people walk by a moment ago? They're in this pop-up to our left. You know, that is the Cyrus Justice fan club.
I hear you got to be somebody to get in that fan club.
You got to be somebody because Jared, I mean, he's such a movie star now, and he's got a younger brother that's competing as well today. But could we get somebody from the fan club to go over and talk to us? Somebody from the fan club, the Cyrus Justice fan club?
So Andy, on his second run, improved. He went from a 313 to a 309, and he went from 184 to 147 on the landing.
Oh, boy.
Big improvement.
He must have listened to you and I on the radio. I mean, he really did. I'm glad he did. And I'm not going to ask for anything when he wins.
And we do this for free.
We do. We do it for free.
So here's a cool airplane. We are with Chad Brewer in his M5 Mall.
Listen to the power that thing has. Okay, I think we have one of the fan club members here going to help us out a little bit. Tell us, how y'all become fan club members. Does it cost you money, or is it something you just do for free?
Well, mainly proximity. I do live close to it. It does cost us money, but I am the president of the Cyrus Justice fan club.
And
awesome. I'm going to tell you, man.
Is there any way, is it a tight group, or is there any way we can get in that?
Well, actually most of us are the members of the 1218 EAA chapter up in Willow Springs. That's where we're all met, know each other, and wanted to come down and support them.
And how many people in your family is flying?
In my family, just me.
In Jared's family, though?
Oh, every one of them.
Every one of them.
Well, not only can they fly, but they can play instruments. They got their own band.
Man,
I mean, how cool is that?
Those are the people you want to travel with. They fly and they can play music.
Yeah, and if you come to the event tonight, the award ceremony, after that you'll get to hear them probably play or even before.
And they can construct things. So if you got caught on an island with them, you'd have an airplane, music, and they could probably build you a house.
You know what, man, I'd love to be Gilligan's Island then, wouldn't it be cool?
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, the Justice family, I tell you, they're awesome people. It is quite understandable why you guys are supporting them. Thank you very much for coming by.
You bet. You bet. Thank you.
All right. So, like I say, we got a lot of people out here flying. They spend a lot of time and effort to learn the skill they learned. Again, I highly recommend if you see something you like, give them a round of applause. They would certainly appreciate it, especially when Jared and his brother come up to play. And that's what I call it, playing, because they're having so much fun flying. It ain't work. Let them know how much you appreciate them, okay? He should be coming around the corner.
I see him.
Got that maul jacked up, losing that airspeed. Look at him slowing that thing down. Really doing a good job setting up. Yeah, look at him slowing that thing down and really setting up for a nice landing.
He's got a little bit of a slip going there.
Oh! Yeah, I hate that.
Before the line, that's a scratch.
That's a scratch. The thing about it is he was still trying to slip it, losing more airspeed there. He didn't need to do it. He could have used a little bit of throttle.
Yep. Energy management.
Yeah, energy management for sure. Now, guys, I tell you what, this airplane you're going to see take off now, this is the little airplane that could. You know what I mean? These airplanes, they got a little 0300 engine on them. They're 145 horsepower. But this guy right here will make this thing sing. Just watch what he does with it. He's constantly doing improvements to it. Just rebuilt the tail and rudder on it. Yeah, it doesn't even have paint on it yet. But For an airplane that big with 145 horsepower, it is impressive.
So unfortunately, Chad had the scratch because he landed before the scratch line, but he did have a time of, if he wouldn't have scratched, it's been 2:37. So he had a good time on that. So this next run, I bet he doesn't scratch. What do you bet?
Oh, no doubt about it. He's gonna make sure that he doesn't scratch.
So we got to watch Kenneth fly yesterday. He flies that airplane like he was born in it, doesn't he?
Well, you know, I think he flies it like he stole it.
Speaking of one of our sponsors, you want to talk about Stole It a little bit?
I think we should talk about those guys. I'm telling you, you can't say enough about them for sure, but wish we could get them to come up and talk to us. That would be really nice. Have a personal interview with Stole It would be way cool. But we'll go ahead and talk about them even behind their back.
Okay.
I like it. Okay. Well, Stole It is a product and business that has founded in Fairplay, South Carolina in 2013. They have spent the last 9 years building custom aircraft for clients. It says we have recently moved to Linden, Tennessee, building our new Builder's Assist facility, which will be twice the size, a larger runway, and in the future we'll have hangars to rent. We love everything about aircrafts, especially the process of building them from scratch. If you share our love for aircrafts, we want to get you into one of our beautiful custom-made models so you can enjoy the open-air style. If you happen to share our love for building aircrafts but don't have all the space and tools you need, which is very important, we can help you there too. We rent space in our hangar and offer help building for a monthly fee. Pretty nice right there, brother. Now, today I think we're going to be are we going to be seeing Chris Grinwall?
Yeah.
He's going to be flying one of their airplanes,
I believe
right?
he is.
Ah.
Has he got a Highlander or a Super Stole?
You know, I'm looking right here, and it looks like a Super Stole. Okay.
That's that pretty orange one down there. I saw it
Right.
at the end of the line.
Oh, man, beautiful airplane, and he does an awesome job flying it. So Chris has been around aviation all his life. His father started with Mohawk Airlines in the early 1950s and retired with U.S. Air. He started flying and restoring ultralights in the 80s until his wife, Debbie, who helped him start Super Stole It aircraft about 11 years ago, and the rest is history. They are in the process, like I say, of relocating their Builder's Assist to Linden, Tennessee. So thank those guys for being a sponsor.
Here comes Kenneth. Watch this profile. Look at, wow.
It's going to be close.
Wow,
Close.
Look
No
at that.
throttle.
Oh, nice job, Kenneth.
All right, folks, that needs a round of applause.
That was a beautiful profile. Give it to him, folks. That was very beautiful. Okay, his time was 2:54.136. Just a minute here, we'll have his distance. .97.6. That's pretty good landing for a 172.
Hey, can you get hold of Chris?
So we have Chad Brewer up for his second run today. Let's see if he makes some improvements on this run. Unfortunately, he scratched on his first run, so I'm sure he's going to correct all that this time around.
All right, folks, the countdown to the pilot advocacy meeting over at the AOPA white tent is starting now. So we're down to a 0. Come now, please. If you're a pilot, you must come now. You should go now.
Chad's doing his nice climb out. So he had a good run last time, far as time. He was in there at 2:37. So can he shave some more time off and hit in that landing zone and give him a short landing? So we're still in the touring class. So we're running heavier airplanes. You know, they're not going to be as fast as some of them, but they're airplanes that are very steady. I mean, you know, the 172 we just fly, it's one of America's top trainers for the industry.
I think they've made more 172s than anything.
I believe so. I'm sure most of us in our pilot career, if we've flown anything, we've probably at least been in a 172 or learned in a 172.
That's right. One of the things, if you look at the bottom of his 172, the whole bottom is kind of dirty. You know, we talked to him about cleaning that thing. He says, you know, I can either spend time on the ground not flying and cleaning, or I can spend time in the air learning and getting better. So I think we'll give him a little slack on cleaning the bottom of his airplane.
How long has Kenneth been flying?
I think him and the Wright brothers started together.
Oh,
been a long time.
All right,
here we go with our maul. Let's see if he changes his approach. It looks like he has just a little bit. He's not slipping as much.
He's not going to scratch this time. I got faith in him. There we go. Oh,
wow.
Right in the numbers.
Man.
I think we're going to like this.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt about it. Holy crapola. Holy macaroni and cheese. Kraft macaroni and cheese.
Kraft.
That was good.
Yeah, there we go. Are they a sponsor?
No, but they should. I'm kind of hungry. I could use some Kraft macaroni and cheese.
Okay, he was 2 seconds longer, but his time's going to count this time.
Oh, it's going to be awesome. All right, well, I'm going to take a break and pause for the calls. We got Matt coming up, going to take my spot. And he's probably going to tell you about this little bitty event that he has down in Louisiana.
So we've got 97.9, and let's see, Chad was 97.6, so just a little 0.3 longer. So, yeah, we'll see how the scoring. Of course, the scoring is going to come back to the formula of the recommended landing distance for the manufacturer.
And there goes Kenny Monger, ladies and gentlemen. This is Matt Peterson from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And that's my buddy Kenny Monger from right here in Arkansas, local boy, working at the Game Bird factory up there in Bentonville, Arkansas, as he comes in and takes a left around the Traveler. Now, Kenny's running a 1957 Cessna straight tail with the Continental 0300 in it. You can see him take that left turn and as he goes into Traveler. Too much before he relieves. And
So
here
Matt,
comes Kenny Monger out of Traveler on a slow rise. Now he's got it firewalled, folks. He's getting everything he can get out of that Continental 0300. That 57 Cessna's got a leading edge slant. That's a Sportsman STOL kit, and he's got vortex generators both on the tail and on the main.
So what's that kit going to do for us?
The Sportsman STOL kit is a really good kit. It's a favorite amongst STOL pilots, both in the National STOL Series, to prevent separation on the top of that airfoil. It makes a very slow flying aircraft, and also one that can get off the ground faster.
And you can put that kit on all the models, I believe, of Cessna. I have it on my 185.
Yep, and then did you notice when you put it on your 185, you almost had to relearn how to fly the aircraft?
It does. It's much better in the landing profile, the stall characteristics. I can tell quite a difference in it.
It's always better to land slower.
Slower, more control, energy management.
That's the name of the game everywhere, but especially here at the 2022 ArkanSTOL Backwoods Challenge. So are you announcing the times?
Uh-huh. Yeah, so what was his first time?
And here comes Kenny Monger around the corner.
Kenny's first time was 2:54. We'll see if he shaves some time off. His landing distance was 97.6.
Well, he's looking real good coming in here. He's straightened up. He's got those 40-degree flaps in. Looks like he's going to clear the pylons. Look how nice that is.
Oh, look at that. Beautiful.
And once again, he put a little burp of power in there.
Yeah, he did.
Greg, do you think he needed that power?
You know, I'm not sitting in that pilot seat. I'm going to talk about it all day and criticize, but I'm not the guy sitting in that seat. So,
folks, I'm sitting here grinning at Greg, and we can, you can always backseat pilot. You can say, "Oh, he didn't need that power," but until you're sitting in there making it happen, that one little burp though, he knew he had it, and it gave him that safety factor.
I make a pretty good coach when football games are on Sundays too. So I'm pretty perfect in everything that I coach, in my own mind anyway.
Yeah.
So
in your own mind, you were perfect. That's right. Who have we got coming up to the line now?
So we've got
Bill Gilstrap. I can just look in the cockpit and see.
Now this is an F model.
This is an F model, but you'll notice that he's got the vortex generators and the stove kit on this one also. And very important factor here, he's got the IO360 conversion on this, and he's got 180 horsepower under the hood of this Cessna 172.
So Kenny shaved off a little bit of time. He went from 254 to 251, and his landing distance went from a 97.6 to a 91.9. So whatever he did in that second run, he made some improvements there. A little better time, a little shorter, and made those adjustments and made it happen.
And you're going to see that a lot today, folks, as these pilots between their first and second run.
I just got a report. He's got a penalty. He went through the barrier in Driftwood over there. So.
All right. Well, folks, that just means that when he went into Driftwood, he came in a little bit low and crossed the beam at the top of the pylons. And here goes Bill Gilstrap in a 172 Foxtrot model with 180 horsepower, taking off, heading into Traveler. Everyone, if you want to look to your right, here comes Bill Gilstrap coming around that corner in that 172F. And you'll notice, folks, that they don't make any dramatic climbs when they come out of Traveler. You talk to the pilots, they'll tell you what they're looking for is airspeed. They might cruise climb out of there, but they're not going to make any dramatic climbs and bleed off any airspeed. They want to keep all that forward airspeed as he comes around the corner and heads into Driftwood. So while Bill is headed into Driftwood, this is a great time to talk about a gold sponsor of the ArkanSTOL series, Aircraft Smoker Oil. Aircraft Smoker Oil was established in 2007 in Newport, Arkansas, when it was determined that one of the oils that we're using in another one of their business worked really well as a smoker oil. Now, smoker oil, folks, gets used in agricultural applications, not just recreational. It's used as a marker whenever a crop duster is going down there to mark the fields. so they'll know where to come in with their agricultural operations. This is what's really neat about smoker oil is that it is kosher and plant friendly, and this company retains 99.5% of their customers. So when you've got 99.5% of your customers coming back, you know that's a good company. Aircraft Smoker Oil, a gold sponsor of the ArkanSTOL series. And now if you'll look to your left, in just a minute, Bill Gilstrap is going to come around that corner from Driftwood. And here he comes. Bill's slipping it in. He's a little bit high. He's got a little bit of energy in there. He's going to have to get that energy out. But it looks like he's got a very good approach. Now, it's okay for him to be high, folks, but as long as he breaks that beam as it comes across and doing his signature move, he's got those brakes locked up. Now, you'll also notice that Bill has a heavy-duty fork on the front of that 172F. So that means that he can have the bigger tires on the mains, those tires that he just locked up. That's actually a really good landing. We'll wait a minute and get his numbers. Looks like Bill's landing distance there was 115.4. That's a 115-foot landing. 115-foot landing in a Cessna 172, that's good for anybody. In just a minute, we'll be looking at Bill's time. So he has a 2-minute, 55-second time, 115-foot landing. That's some outstanding performance by Bill Gilstrap. Here is Dale Mitchell in a C-175A. I'm sorry, folks, my national series is coming out. The landing distances are in yards. That's 115 yards. Still a very good landing for coming over an obstacle like that. And there goes Dale going into Traveler on the left. Now you'll see these guys, sometimes they'll slip it in. Let's see if Dale pull it. Yep, he's looking and bleed that energy off as it goes into Traveler. Folks, if you want to look to your right, here comes Dale Mitchell coming out of Traveler, making that banking turn, keeping it low, climbing very slowly, and he has got that thing firewall. Look how fast he's going. He has got everything in it right now. Dale Mitchell calls his aircraft Speedy the 175. He's got a 0360 180 horsepower Lycoming in it. Now the airframe is completely stock. He does not have any leading edge cuffs or any VGs. Uh-oh, hold on, we just spilled some coffee. You know, an interesting thing about Dale Mitchell, he's got over 14,000 hours. He is an ATP-rated pilot. That's an airline pilot, ladies and gentlemen. This guy flies professionally, and on his time, his off time, where he wants to be when he's doing what he wants to do, he's out here at ArkanSTOL, beating up the pattern and flying around the trees at ArkanSTOL. Now, this is a great time for us to talk about another gold sponsor, AOPA, the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association. You know, there's an AOPA tent right behind me. Oh, we're going to get on that in just a minute. Here comes Dale Mitchell around the corner. Looks like a straight-in shot. He's not slipping at all. He's going to clear those pylons. Greg, a good flare will get him over that. Yep, good flare got him over the line. That was actually a really nice
that
landing.
Was pretty, and I, you know, we're all of a sudden getting a tailwind here, and that was pretty impressive.
He did a good job. He had all the energy out of that aircraft as he was coming in. So the gold sponsor of the ArkanSTOL Backwoods Challenge is AOPA, the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association. Both yesterday and today, there were numerous seminars that you could attend in the AOPA tent behind us. At 10 o'clock today, there's pilot advocacy by Mr. Gary Mitchell, who is an advocate for pilots. At 11, you'll have Limo Bravo Aviation Insurance, and Miss Lee Blankenship will get in there and talk to you about insurance. Make sure you visit the AOPA tent if you're a pilot or if you just want to know more about aviation.
You know, Matt, I just said we had a tailwind, and you know, knowing your environment, I just realized it was that airplane right there blowing our booth here and causing a little chaos.
Thanks, Bill. That's Bill Gilstrap, ladies and gentlemen.
I was sitting here looking at
blowing
the
everything over.
windsock.
He tipped our coffee over, too. Doggone it, Bill. We're going to talk about that later. Well, here goes Bill Gilstrap, ladies and gentlemen. Taking off with that 180 horsepower.
Bill gave us our
360.
own hazard here in the booth. All of a sudden blew the coffee over and caused a little chaos here. So,
way to go, Bill.
So no, folks, I'm not losing my mind. We just had a man-made wind here.
And there goes Bill slipping it in. Oh, look, he's going into Traveler really low. That's outstanding. He's going to like that. One of the tricks about Traveler, if you hear the pilots talk, and we do sit around the campfires and talk at these events, that's one of the best parts about coming to a fly-in like this, is they want to come around there and be low and have just enough energy so that they can land with enough room to turn around and get their takeoff coming back. So they got here he comes, Bill Gilstrap, coming out of Traveler, coming down the river runway. You'll see he's keeping it nice and low, building up that airspeed.
Yeah,
and
man,
here he comes.
That's something that I wish we had a timer down there about the amount of time they spend on the ground is very critical to their timing. I mean, you want to give yourself enough distance to take off again, but not too much where you're spending all your time messing around on the ground and get back up in the air.
You really want to just land, turn, and burn just as fast as you can stop and get turned around. Skills that are developed at other kind of STOL competitions that you can see.
So Matt, do you know what's the difference between the F model and some of these other models? We got a model coming up here, I see, with Dale. What's the difference in the 172? Do you know that?
So the 175 I know has just a little bit more horsepower. They went with a different engine model on that number. But when you start getting outside of straight tail Cessnas, Greg, you start getting outside of my bailiwick. I mean, I know all there is to know about straight tails, because I fly a straight tail.
And, all that manufacturing, well, we manufactured a tremendous amount of Cessnas in the 70s and the very early 80s. I mean, they were putting them off the line in minutes back then. And so, all those things and the difference between A models and F models and all this thing and little mods. I know they did some in the later, especially 180 series, they did more of a sportsman stall cuff on them.
That's right. And here comes Bill Gilstrap with a hard left slip. Bringing that thing in. Now he's lining it up straight. Look at that. You can hear the engine coming down. He's getting all the energy out. And he's going to get that. Oh! Landed a little short. That's all right.
That's, unfortunately, that's going to be a DQ.
Well, when you land short folks like that, that'll DQ your run. Bill's not going to be happy about that, but that's just part of it. But he had a good first run, didn't he? By the way, folks, since we're in the touring right now, you know, if you talk about the 172, 175 series Cessnas, there are over 60,000 Cessna 172s currently still operating in America. It is the most common airframe, and if you put all the numbers together, the safest airframe that has ever been produced. So a lot of people look at the 172 and they don't consider it a backcountry aircraft. But if you, in the hands of a properly trained pilot, a 172 can get in and out of a lot of places. If you get the heavy-duty nose fork and put a little bigger tires on it, you get all kinds of options. And there goes Dale. Starting to kick up some dust out here. Now you'll notice these pilots, when they get the planes off the ground, they keep them nice and low. They're not looking to gain too much altitude. Well, Dale's gaining a good bit of altitude. He's probably higher than a lot of his competitors. And he's going to slip this thing in to Traveler on the left. But you'll notice these 172s, they have a lot of mods that you can put on them, and you can end up with a very affordable, safe, and capable backcountry airplane. Now, these conventional landing gear, when we say conventional, that means the big tire guys can obviously land places that you would never take a tricycle gear. They're going to be jumping over rocks and going into sandbars where you simply could not take a plane with tricycle landing gear. And that's why your Huskies, your American Legends, that's why they're so good for this backcountry flying. Here comes Dale Mitchell, ladies and gentlemen, around the trees at Traveler, leveling out. And he's got it firewalled, coming from your right to your left.
I was going to say that his profile flying in there, it's just such a classic, beautiful wing.
Yeah,
really smooth.
Yeah, 14,000 hours will teach you to do that.
14,000 hours.
Airline pilot. Yeah.
Who's he fly for?
I don't know. It doesn't say. Speedy the 175 has just been flying. He says Northwest Arkansas and Southwest Missouri Ozarks is where he's doing all of his STOL flying. It looks like he doesn't even want to talk very much about his. It doesn't want to talk very much about his professional flying. By the way, the 175A Skylark, they bumped it up to the 175 horsepower Continental, but it's got that. It's got that gear up. It's got that gearbox in it.
Yep.
You know, some people like it. Some people like the gearbox because you get the torque advantage. Some people really don't like the gearbox because it's another moving part.
You'll actually see some people converting these 175s to conventional gear, too.
You know, it's kind of funny you should mention that. My 172 that I have is a 57, and there's a guy up in Sulphur Springs, Texas, could turn it into a tail dragger. You got to consider it. You have to consider it. Do you want to go to that conventional gear so you can put great big tires and jump over the logs and rocks? Because that nose wheel won't jump over anything.
No.
You know, but you get it converted, you know, and I got the holes already drilled in the box. He literally could, you know, pick it up and turn it into a tail dragger for him at a pretty reasonable price.
And it's a different experience in flying.
Yeah, absolutely. My first 6 hours were in a short coupled Piper. So, yeah, it is a different experience.
There's nothing like feeling the control and managing that airplane coming into strips, especially like all over Arkansas. I mean, Arkansas has some wonderful grass strips that I've had the privilege of flying, and I've just had – this is such a great place to have fun in with your airplanes.
And here comes Dale Mitchell. He's cutting it kind of close on the pylons. He gave it a little nose over to make sure he made it. And there he goes. Very nice landing. So we hear he's
3 minutes, 23 seconds.
And now we're waiting on his distance. So his landing distance was 159.5 yards. Obviously, a really good landing distance for a 175. And this is a great time for us to talk about AvCore Construction, a gold sponsor of the ArkanSTOL Backwoods Challenge. AvCore Construction, created in 2015. It's an ISA service-disabled veteran, woman-owned small business. But more importantly, it specializes in general construction, construction management, framing, drywall, general carpentry, metal building, aircraft hangars. These folks can build you an aircraft hangar. We've got a couple of awesome sponsors that you can talk to while you're here if you need an aircraft hangar built.
I think I've got 2 years to go and I'll have my 50 years in as a flight instructor. I've had a lot of exposure to tailwheel, handling, behavior, and so when I picked the Legend, I knew what I was looking for. I needed an airplane with a little more versatility, so Legend was generous enough or kind enough to provide me with some modifications that enhance the flexibility of the airplane. And that's the advantage of the Legend. They're very good about letting you configure the airplane to your desires. And in my case, they actually did some additional engineering because some of my requests changed loads on the wings, and some re-engineering had to take place. So it was very accommodating for them to provide the engineering and do the modifications for me.
Now, who do we have on the line here, Greg?
Well, I can talk about this guy a little bit. He might be related to me. This is my oldest son, Cameron, and both my boys fly. Cameron's flying a 180 horsepower Carbon Cub that he's been flying. That was actually his, he actually had a Cub Crafter's S2 for his first airplane that he learned on, and he's had this airplane for 4 or 5 years now. And they've grown up here, flying around here in Arkansas with some friends of ours, and actually got to learn all the backwoods experiences before they started flying conventional stuff.
I think that's a great idea, actually.
I'm a big proponent in everybody learning a conventional gear tail dragger.
So I see you've got your OSU shirt on. He's got a Pistol Pete on the back of the aircraft.
We are a little bit biased. We're all three of us are Oklahoma State grads. I told them they could go to school anywhere they wanted to as long as they had OSU as initials. And I knew they weren't going to Ohio, so I was pretty safe on that one.
So is the paint scheme on this Carbon Cub, was that OSU inspired?
It was.
Okay.
It really was.
I just wanted to get that clear for all the folks back home because, you know, I got it. So as
we're not against other colors, but as long as it's orange. Yeah, we're
as long as it's orange.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a Model T. You could get it in any color you wanted as long as it was black. So back to talking about AvCore Construction. AvCore Construction can handle any of your building needs. Amanda Lee Powers and Chris Powers, you can just contact them. They're here today, and if you need a hangar built or any kind of construction, to include general industrial construction, healthcare, lab, science facility construction, anything you might want to have built, AvCore Construction. Another gold sponsor of the ArkanSTOL Backwoods Challenge, Concord Batteries. Now, folks, if you were here yesterday, a rep from Concord gave a 1-hour seminar on the care and feeding of your Concord battery, how to get the most out of your Concord battery and how to make it last longer. They've been since 1981, they've been manufacturing certified lead-acid batteries. Concord's there now certified in over 1,000 aircraft models. I've got one in my plane, and I guarantee you they're in almost every plane out here. They're ubiquitous with aircraft batteries. And we're waiting on Cameron, and here he comes. Oh, he's looking good, Greg. He's got it nice and slow and high. He's going to be able to come in with a nice high angle of attack. I don't think he's going to have to slip at all.
And you'll see different pilots, as we saw in the PA-22s. One was slipping, one was not. It's what you're comfortable with, the profile.
Light as a feather.
Look at that, right down the...
Wow.
Oh,
that was pretty.
He was close on that timer.
Oh, I think he got it.
So he set the timer off. 2 minutes, 59 seconds.
Folks, that's how we know they've tripped that timing beam, is they'll call the time out over the radio, and Greg and I can hear this here in the booth. And let's see what he gets for a distance.
113.7 on the landing distance.
Now, this is his first run, right?
This is his first run.
So, folks, if you'll just keep those numbers in mind, we probably expect Cameron to improve that score on his next run.
So we've got Colin Kneva.
Never heard of him. Here he comes. Ladies and gentlemen, Colin Kneva of Old Green Plane fame. He's got an award-winning show about his father's plane on TV, on YouTube. If you haven't seen it, it's really worth tuning in and seeing a couple of episodes. Colin, what's Colin flying today, Greg?
He's flying a Carbon Cub. That prop he's got on it looks a little different. I'm kind of interested to see what's on that.
Now, Colin keeping it really low going down into Traveler. Look at that. He's got and now he's going to slip it, bleed off some of that energy, and bring it over to the left. That left tip of that wing right above the ground. So he's over there landing on Traveler. He'll get her stopped, turned around, and come back. Now you can hear him hit the gas. And here he comes, Colin Kneva. Look at that. He gained a little bit of altitude just on his way out of Traveler. And here he comes, screaming from the right to the left. He has got everything in that Lycoming. He has got that thing firewalled. And now he turns and heads down to Driftwood. Sure. Don? Okay. Another gold sponsor of the ArkanSTOL Backwoods Challenge, Conway Aircraft Maintenance Services. Conway Aircraft is an aircraft maintenance repair and avionics facility. They got 2 convenient locations in Conway and North Little Rock. Once again, an Arkansas aviation business. Conway Aircraft can service and install all major brands of avionics. Their avionics technicians can accomplish everything from basic repairs to major installations. You ever wanted to get that glass panel? Call Conway. Conway Aircraft's capable of services on single engine piston up to large business jet aircraft. You want to get a glass panel in your Citation, like you don't have one already, go see Conway. But if you want to put a glass panel in your 172, because I know you want it, go see Conway. So we're looking over to the left. You can hear his motor coming over the trees. We're looking for Colin Kneva coming around the trees. Good hard slip. He's getting a lot of that energy out. He's going to have some choices to make here because he's a little low. He may have to put a little bump of power to get over those. Nope. Perfect. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Slipping it in as long as he doesn't scratch. Nope, no scratch. Look at that. Soft as a feather. What do you call that, Don?
That would be called butter. Butter landing.
Yeah, it's hard to not be happy with a landing like that. You know, these planes are capable of a lot of abuse. These Carbon Cubs can really get smacked around. You take a Husky and you can just drop it right down on the deck and watch the shocks play out, and it'll be fine. But when you see a landing like that, you know he's gotten all that energy out, and it's just a light touching, like a bird touching on a lighting upon a branch.
It's a light touch. There you go. All right, so we'll see what Cameron Simmons can do this time.
Colin's coming in now with 2 minutes, 41 seconds, and 114 and a half yards. Very good scores. Colin will be pleased with that as he lines up for his second run. And Cameron's up for his second run.
Oh, yeah, see what this another one of these young guns out here, you know, 25, 26 years old.
Cameron's off the ground already. Pistol Pete heading down the runway. You notice he's not going to get too high. He is keeping everything in it, and then you'll hear him chop that throttle and start bleeding that speed. There's that slip, and down into Traveler he goes.
You know, Matt, speaking of Pistol Pete, you know, I think we have his look-alike right behind us, Levi. Levi's, does he not look like the traditional cowboy without the 6-shooter?
You know, when I saw that Pistol Pete on the tail, I was like, are they Levi fans?
Yeah.
Are they Levi fans? Do they have a decal of Levi on the tail of their aircraft?
Yeah. Well,
But no.
No, they don't. But I tell you what, everybody should, you know, we should look up to him because he has a wonderful airplane. He's going to be flying a little bit later. He's got that Stork. What's
It's a Storch.
Storch? Storch?
A Storch replica, which is experimental. Here comes Cameron. So he's got that Storch that he'll be flying in a little bit. And you know, I paid Levi a great compliment. I said, watching you fly was like watching Joe Dory fly. And that really says a lot. I think Joe Dory is one of the best pilots I've ever seen fly a STOL competition. And it was really nice watching Levi get all that energy out of that Storch before he landed.
It was beautiful, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, it was great.
So you can see him a little bit later. All right, folks, we're going to talk about some more of our wonderful sponsors. One of our gold sponsors is Just Aircraft. Just Aircraft is a STOL kit manufacturer in Walhalla, South Carolina. Experimental amateur-built aircraft. Kits can be built to meet the light sport aircraft standards. They have 4 models. Do you know that? They have the Escaba? How you say that? How you say that word?
Escapade.
Escapade, there you go. Boy, you can say Highlander, Super Stall, and the Super Stall XL. Now, robustly built with remarkable stall performances, high wing and single engine, unique features, and side by side. Don't you love that? And then you tell me you can fit in that thing no trouble?
I always prefer side by side, and yes, that adjustable seat means that even my 6'3" self can get inside of a Highlander. I've tried one on. My head didn't hit the ceiling, and I could actually stretch my legs out. It was pretty amazing.
Yeah, having that in dual controls, shark absorbers on the landing gear, folding wings. I'm telling you what, is that not cool?
That is a great feature, especially if you want to put it into a great big trailer and take it across the country. So here comes Cameron. He's mighty high, Don.
Yeah, but he's also already behind the curve. Look how he's dropping altitude already. He's a little bit higher than he wants to, but look how he's going to settle right in.
I don't know.
No throttle, no throttle.
Too easy.
Oh, butter.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, now see, he timed that one just right for sure.
That's
what you want to do.
He didn't make any changes after he turned that corner. Did you notice that?
You know, he listened to us.
He was set up. He was set up properly. He didn't have to make any changes as he was coming around that corner.
Oh, that's nice.
And here comes this guy nobody's ever heard of. Up to the line, Mr. Colin Kaniva. You know, Colin runs a software business.
Really?
Yeah, when he's not flying aircraft. And I suspect that, you know, a fella smart enough to run a software business is going to be able to figure out how to improve his time from last time.
All right. What did he have last time? What did Cameron do on his last run?
Cameron dropped, let me see, he went from 113 feet, 113 yards to 106, and he dropped the full second off of his time. So they just keep getting better and better.
Oh, yeah, awesome, very good. So anyway, on the Just Aircraft, like I said, they got folding wings under 2 minutes, no disconnecting of controls or control services, nose wheel or tail wheel configuration. Once initially installed, swapping between configurations is about 1 hour, so that's pretty impressive right there. Aluminum fuel tanks, larger than normal baggage compartment, over 30 cubic feet. Haul everything you need and sleep inside. Is that not pretty cool?
I'm telling you, they're very, very capable aircraft, and you'll see them in the backcountry more and more. So Colin's down there. Here he comes around the corner. He's got everything in it. He's looking to improve that time. I wonder if these guys ever sandbag. Do you think they ever sandbag?
You know, the only person I know that's sandbag, we'll talk about that. I think the only person that we'll probably see sandbag today is Jared's younger brother. You know, I mean, Jared is a fine pilot. He's the older brother, but his younger brother, he doesn't want to show him up. I mean, that's the thing. You don't want to hurt your older brother's feelings.
That's true. It's a family affair.
Family deal, yeah.
You don't want to. You don't want to hurt his feelings or anything like that. So.
All right.
Okay. Maybe so. Maybe so.
I tell you, we've got one of our another fine sponsors up here today, and we've been trying to invite them up here, all the sponsors out there, and we want to make sure that they get a chance to tell us personally about their aircraft. And we have someone representing. Tell us all about Dawson Aviation.
Yeah, we're Dawson Aircraft in Clinton. It's Charlie.
We're in Arkansas?
Arkansas.
Folks, another Arkansas aviation business. Awesome.
So we're all in on the ArkanSTOL, being relatively local. We're probably 45 nautical miles east. Right over there, so we do major airframe repair, and we sell aircraft parts, salvage parts.
You know, the one thing about you guys, too, it's my understanding that everybody there is really an A&P. So that means when you get a part from them, they know what they're looking at. And that's a really important thing nowadays, because when you order something, you really don't know what you're getting. And over at Dawson, you know what you're getting, right?
Yeah, so it's a pretty tough process to get the airplanes taken apart and all the parts inspected, photographed, and posted online. So we do have a big staff with several A&Ps.
All right, so we just had our landing on that. It wasn't quite butter, but it was darn close to margarine. All right, we'll see what time he has real quick.
He lost 9 seconds. Colin Caneva took 9 seconds off of his time. Give us just a second. We'll get you his distance. Landing distance, 82 yards and a third of a yard, which I think is a foot. So that's 82 yards and a foot. That's a definite improvement. He went from 114 yards to 82 yards, folks. That's a lot of improvement for Mr. Colin Caneva. Like I said, he was going to figure it out.
Well, the thing is, he also shaved 9 seconds off his time, too, right?
He did.
All right, so we're going to go back to Dawson here. Tell us a little bit more about, like, say, all the time and care it takes to take these airplanes apart to make sure that you got good parts.
Yeah, well, I want to say something about Colin. Actually, in the old green plane, that's a 182D, and I met those guys, I guess, 3 years ago, and they were restoring that 182, and I believe we sold them a firewall, some control surfaces, maybe an engine, propeller, lots of stuff to get that thing going.
Oh.
So we've actually, I think they talked about us on our podcast too, so I'm glad that he ran while I came up here.
Awesome. I tell you, we really appreciate everything you do for us. And, again, if you need any kind of parts or insurance work or anything like that, get over here, see a local Arkansas business, Dawson. Thank you very much for coming up here.
Thanks, Don.
Here comes Frank Mann. Look at that, Frank.
There.
Put those Acme Aero shocks on that Cub. That is awesome.
Who owns that Citabria again?
Derek Neal.
Derek Neal.
Derek Neal.
You know Derek Neal. Tell him to get in his white and yellow Citabria. Derek Neal.
This is kind of interesting that Greg Geider built this plane in a year. You know, I'm almost certain that he had to use some kind of builder assist. We're going to have to talk with him later.
Well, it would be neat to find out, but it's a beautiful airplane, I'll tell you that.
So, folks, that engine you're hearing right now is a Lycoming 363i. That's a fuel-injected Lycoming with a Hartzell Trailblazer prop. He does have Acme suspension with Black Ops Pro on the mains and a Stinger tail wheel. You need that Stinger tail wheel, especially, oh, look at him slip into Traveler. Holy cow, that is aggressive. So he's currently on 29-inch bush wheels, and in the summer he says he puts it on floats, and in those Minnesota winters he puts it on Summit skis.
Skis, man. Skis are the way
How
to
cool
go.
is that? Have you ever flown a plane in the snow?
I've never flown one in snow.
No, we don't have enough snow in Louisiana. I don't ever see myself flying a plane in snow. But
No.
I just think that'd be so cool. Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen.
He's
Mr.
already turned
Geider.
around. Wow.
Yes, that was a quick turnaround. Look at him. Here he comes. He's got his flashers on. You notice he's doing that slow rise up. Oh, he's got it all in. He's got it all in there. Here he comes.
All right, so we go back to our guys at Just Aircraft. They're sold worldwide. Just Aircraft was founded in 2002 by Troy Woodland. Gary Schmidt joined Troy's mission in 2003, and the Escapade was developed. With the success of the Escapade, a more rugged version was designed, the backcountry capable Highlander. It debuted at Arlington in 2004, the bush plane version of the Escapade, right? That's it, Escapade?
That's right.
Okay, all right. Got longer wings, also incorporates VGs, larger tail feathers, balanced elevator and rudder. Taylor.
It's taller.
Taller.
It's taller with heavier landing gear. That's the Highlander, and you can really beat those things up, folks. You put 29, 31-inch bush wheels on those things, you could drop them out the back of a truck.
I'm telling you right now.
They are tough.
What do you think the length of suspension is on the travel?
It's at least, I don't know.
12, 13, 14
inches? It's got to be
inches?
at least 12 inches, but it's a lot.
What's he got, boss?
Now, folks, Mr. Greg Geider is turning around right now over there at Driftwood, making his way back. Interesting note about Greg, he's got 6,000 hours, and he is an airline pilot with an ATP. But look what he's doing on the weekend when he can. He's here at the ArkanSTOL Backwoods Challenge. Now, he slipped it in, bled off a little energy. Energy management's the name of the game here. He's looking a little high. I'm sure he's got all the power out of that fuel-injected motor. He doesn't need any more power. Oh,
no!
Why did he do that?
He
Why did he
bumped
do
it.
that?
I don't understand
They won't
it.
listen to us.
You know, the thing I'm really...
But look at his stop. Look how short he's stopping.
If he hadn't hit the power, it would have been better. What do you think he's thinking about when he's flying all these people around the country? You know, he's trying to be a great captain, you know, to make sure he gives his passengers a good ride. But you think he's thinking about ArkanSTOL?
I think he's thinking about ArkanSTOL. But you know, I'm going to say something else too.
Yeah.
If you're in an airliner and you've got a pilot up front that you know has those stick and rudder skills that you develop doing this kind of flying, you know you're safe.
I'm in a lot better hands for sure.
You're absolutely in better hands.
Stick
You're in
and
hands
rudder,
with
man.
a better pilot. A pilot who can fly an airplane like this, like that, is a better pilot and will be able to handle anything that comes their way.
Emergency conditions or nothing.
So here goes Frank Mann, ladies and gentlemen. Frank is a veteran of the STOL series everywhere. He's a very friendly face that you see just about everywhere. Now on the side of his aircraft, you'll notice that he has a tribute to his father. His dad was a military pilot. Let's see if I can find the details on this. His father was an Army OV-1 Mohawk pilot.
A Mohawk pilot. Now those guys were some bad dudes.
They really were. And that card on the front of his airplane is a tribute to his dad. Now he lives in Marietta, Georgia, and but he's here in his Super Cub with his 0320 160 horsepower, built by Charlie Aaron of Chatsworth, California. You notice these Cubs a lot of people build these Cubs.
Yep, and we do too. That's the thing. We got our version of a Super Cub at Patriot Aircraft, and you know that the Super Cub is the most copied airplane on the planet.
That is as easily to believe. And here he comes, ladies and gentlemen, with that checkered tail feathers.
You know that checkered tail, this makes it look faster. Don't know if it is, but it sure looks faster.
Yeah, and he has Snoopy the Flying Ace on his plane. His father passed in 2019, and that nose art is in memory of his dad, which I just think is awesome.
That's special.
What's kind of funny about Frank's kind of a low-time pilot, but all of his time is in tail wheels and doing STOL flying. So this is really all he knows. He doesn't have any bad habits.
And that's pretty good.
And he's swinging a 80-inch K-toe prop on that aircraft. These guys, folks, these backwoods pilots, they swing the biggest prop they can fit on there. So that's really not that unusual.
Look who we have right here behind us.
I don't know. Should we talk to him?
I don't know, but maybe so. He looks like a nice guy, you know, and he's from a company that's one of our sponsors for sure. And I tell you what, tell everybody who you are and what you do.
I'm Chris Grewan. I'm the owner of STOL Aircraft, and we are a Just Aircraft dealer and a builder assist factory. So we basically have people come out and we help them build their experimental aircraft. So, help you're playing in our shop, we help you get through the process as quick and easy as possible.
Less pain, man, less pain. Now, you guys understand to the bio, you guys are moving the builder assist, or you moving the whole everything to Linden?
Yeah, so our shop was in South Carolina. Our builder assist shop was in South Carolina, and we're moving it to Linden, Tennessee. So we're going to have a bigger facility.
Little pause for a second. Got our guy coming in.
Here comes Frank Mann. He's coming straight in, nose slipping. Just put that nose down a little bit. He's going to pick some energy up from that, Craig. And wow, what a float! Oh, he floats. He's floating. That's going to give him a long score. We'll get you we'll get you his yardage here in a minute. The golf cart's having to chase him.
All right, finish telling us a little more. So where's Linden, Tennessee at anyway?
It's about an hour and 10 minutes southwest of Nashville. So we are expanding a little bit. So we're going to have a couple bigger grass strips. We're going to have a 1,500-foot grass strip and a 3,000-foot grass strip. We're going to have a bunch of cabins and campsites for our builders to come out and camp so they can do that all on site. We're going to have a bigger facility and just a bigger shop so everybody can come out and we can accommodate a lot more people.
Awesome.
And these are just aircraft.
We do mostly just aircraft, but we do try and accommodate other guys, kit foxes and other people. There's anybody that gets in a jam, can't finish their airplane or gets in a jam, we want to accommodate anybody. So anybody in aviation that gets just hung up and wants to finish their airplane, we want to try and accommodate anybody.
So, folks, if you're sitting in the audience now and you're saying to yourself, I could never build one of these kits, remember that there is support. And if you get stuck in a spot, there's people you can call, like Chris from Stolen Aircraft, that'll help you get through your build. And there goes that Carbon Cub EX.
And talking about Carbon Cubs or Legends or anything like that, when somebody buys a kit, will you help them with that as well, too?
We will. Any fabric work or anything, if people just have a question about aviation, or their build that they're currently doing at home, feel free to pick up a phone and give us a call. We'll answer questions. We're not trying to just get you to our shop. Just give us a call. We'll talk you through any kind of problem you have.
Now, Chris, Don and I have been talking about this for 2 days now. Fabric work can be very intimidating.
It is. That is one of the biggest things guys are afraid of. They start looking at fabric and they're so intimidated about it, but it's really not that big of a deal, Come out to the shop or just, come for a day or two and show them the process, and then, it's not so intimidating.
Awesome. Well, that's what we need, somebody helping with fabric-covered airplanes. And that's primarily what you guys do, too, right, fabric?
It is. Tube and fabric is our biggest seller.
Sounds good. Appreciate you coming by. And I think they'll have this scoreboard up to date and up and running shortly, so you guys can take a look at it.
Thank you very much.
And remember, folks, Chris is right here up by the announcer's booth, and if you just want to talk to him, just walk right up and talk to him or Gary Schmidt or anybody from any of the builders and builder assists. They're here to talk to you and help you.
All right, we definitely appreciate all our sponsors. Again, we got several things going on out here today. Main thing is we got volunteers that are out here doing this of their own free will. We did not have to, kind of like back in the day on the Barbary Coast where we'd, go Shanghai somebody. So we didn't have to Shanghai nobody.
Okay, this is funny, folks. Bill Gilstrap just walked up here with 2 cups of coffee. To replace the coffee he blew over when he was sitting here idling and shaking the announcer's tent around. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate you, brother. What a guy.
What a guy. I mean, that's just awesome. I mean, knows what he did, come by and took care of it, man. It's awesome.
Thank you, Bill. That's great.
But anyway, talking about our volunteers, like I say, we did not have to go to the Barbary Coast and Shanghai them. They're doing this their own free will. Even though when you look at them, they may have that look on their face like, help me, help me. They're here, and they're giving us their time. Oh, we got one coming in. Well, be quiet for a second.
Here he comes in that Carbon Cub EX. That's Mr. Gilder. Look at there, a little bit of slip. And look at it. Wow.
No power. No
power. He
Perfect.
did not put any power in.
He listened to us.
I'm telling you what.
Beautiful.
You can hear us. And he's keeping that tail up with those brakes all the way to the last minute.
All right, let's see what he got.
Now, he just shaved 5 seconds off of his last time. Let's see how he did for distance. All right, and that landing with that Carbon Cub EX, he shaved a whole yard off of his landing time. So constant improvement, folks. We're seeing a lot of constant improvement out of these pilots today. So there goes Frank Mann into Traveler. Look at him; he's keeping it nice and low, and he's about to watch this slip to the left. I think Frank's going to slip this thing in. Not much of a slip. I don't think he ever had very much power in there at all.
No, he was doing a more of a controlled input flight right there. But again, I want to go back to the sponsors, like say, and the volunteers. We appreciate everything they do. So when you see them, make sure that you talk about them, give them a hand, tell them you appreciate them, and like I say, our sponsors for sure. One of those is Lima Bravo Aviation, or Aviation Insurance. They were established in 2015. Do you know that, Matt?
Yeah, they were established in 2015, and she'll be giving a talk later on this afternoon in the AOPA tent.
AOPA! And
How about that?
Be the white tent right behind us.
And here comes Frank Mann from right to left.
You really
So
want to learn.
anything you might want to know about insurance, Sheila will be here to talk to you, LimaBravoAviation.com.
Right. I tell you what, that's one of the things we have to have as aviators is insurance, you know. 1:30.
1:30.
Lima Bravo.
1:30. Lima Bravo will be in the AOPA tent. Anything you might want to know about aviation insurance will be right there in the AOPA tent.
And like I said, they're a gold sponsor for us this year too. Just like Sport Air USA, they're a gold sponsor. Sport Air USA is an FAA certified Part 141 repair station located in North Little Rock, Arkansas, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Sport Air services are all general aviation aircraft with maintenance and full avionics capability. Sport Air is the U.S. distributor for several aircraft manufacturers, representatives all avionics. Did they get Neil in this tower? Neil, we appreciate you getting in your airplane. Let's Sport Air.
Looks like we got everybody for our next pair.
Oh yeah.
As soon as Frank Mann comes around this corner, folks, if you look to your left, you can already hear him gunning it up and coming around to the left, Mr. Frank Mann.
When Frank lands, and you give him the scores, I'll finish up about our gold sponsor, Sport Air USA.
And here he comes, nice and high and slow. Frank Mann coming in on the left. He's going to give it a little bit of a slip to bleed off just a little bit of that. I saw him put a little bit of power in.
Well, did you see that wind kind of went out from under it?
Yeah,
it
sure
real quick dip.
did. Now let's see if he can get it on down.
Oh no,
he's having a slip on the descent. Still a beautiful landing by Frank Mann. He'll be a little long on that, but that's okay because it sure was butter.
Yeah, no problem on that right there for sure. All right, so while we're waiting on the score, Sport Air USA, they import aircraft and aircraft floats from the EU and rank in the top 10 U.S. distributors of light aircraft industry in certification, sales, distribution, and airworthiness support. Sport Air USA hosts a number of aviation websites, Savage Aero and Sting Aero, and you can contact Sport Air USA at 501-228-77 and looks like another 7.
Okay, well, Frank shaved 6 yards off of his off of his distance. And he took 3 seconds. 3 seconds or 30 seconds? 3 seconds off of his time. Now, I want you to notice, folks, they're shaving just a yard here, a second there. Their first runs, you know, they had a pretty good practice yesterday, and so they kind of got the course down. So it's all fine-tuning from here on out. And it's just shaving a few seconds here, a few yards there, and that's what's making the difference.
Do you see what I see on the back of Robbie Stanton's
I believe that is a 360 camera.
Is that a 360 camera?
That is going to be some neat footage coming out.
Oh my goodness, yeah, I can't wait to see
I
that.
would love to see the course from a 360.
And what we'd be remiss not to kind of break into this one and talk about Robbie. He's another one of our sponsors. And this is AirTech Covering Systems. They make paint fly. But a little bit later, you're going to see the owner of Sport Air USA come up, Bill Canino. He's the owner, ex-commander of the Little Rock Air Force Base, 189th Airlift Wing. That is awesome for the Air National Guard. Thank you very much, Bill. Responsible for the 189th Wing subordinate units with over 1,000 members, assist of $2 billion, or assets of $2 billion, and an annual operating budget of $70 million. So Bill is definitely a guy that can make things happen and organize stuff for sure. It is awesome.
Well, that's a beautiful airplane. So, why's he got that camera on there? He wants to see when that tail comes down?
You know, I'm not sure, but I think they're going to probably have that posted out so people can really get a bird's eye view of what's going on. You know, one of the things we just got through going through with Patriot Aircraft, the guys at Flight Chops, they did a really good series on our airplane, the new Super Patriot, and a lot of people didn't really never notice how much the horizontals kind of fluctuated back and forth. And it's kind of neat that we're watching out here today and we see that fluctuation that's supposed to be in these airplanes built into them. But this video that he's going to have on this tail is really going to show how that tail surface moves around when you throw the power to it. That thing sounds good, does it not? I believe he's got a 370 in that, running 195 horsepower.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. He built that airplane himself. That's a Javron. That's their airplane to build. Matter of fact, Javron supplies a lot of the parts for our aircraft that we make, the Super Patriot. But this airplane, he really took the time putting carbon fiber leading edges on it, on skins. He's got carbon wingtips on it, trying to shave the little bit of weight off of it. Like you said, if you take care of the ounces, the pounds take care of themselves.
So you're seeing a lot of manufacturers use a lot of carbon fibers in a lot of these airplanes.
Right.
You know, whether it's experimental or certified, really strong, light material. And, you know, you take the weight out of these airplanes, it can change the performance a lot.
I tell you, that was one of the big things when at Patriot Aircraft. Our whole plan was to make sure that we had an airplane that flew closer to what the original Super Cub did. That was one of our main goals. It was important to us, and so wing loading is how you make the airplane fly better. Lower wing loading makes it fly better. Bigger engines don't make it fly better. You know what I mean? Frou-frou little things don't make it fly better. Lower wing loading makes it fly better.
You know, something we've found out that it's not all.
All right, here's Robbie coming back
weight.
in. He's got a nice looking approach in that. You know, he's got those Keller flaps on that thing too.
Oh, look at that.
Oh yeah. Come on, get on the brakes.
He's going to be happy with that.
Man, I can't even see where he stopped at. He stopped so short. We got this video system up here. It's kind of blocking a little bit of my view, and it's impressive when they don't go past that because it's like, wow, that was short.
So Robbie had a 238.73 time, and his landing distance 96.7. Nice job, Robbie.
All right, let me get back on Sport Air real quick, talking about Bill, and it's pretty impressive, like I say, with his military career. But Bill is a technical counselor to aircraft manufacturers in the Czech Republic, Canada, Italy, Germany, Brazil, Colombia, and New Zealand to bring new aircraft designs to the American market. Is that pretty impressive what Bill's doing?
It is.
Nice,
It is.
man. All right, he has over 7,500 safe so far, he says, flight hours. He is active in the FAA Wings program, yet thinks it is still a bit complex for the average pilot. Bill is focused on flight and aircraft safety.
So we've got Derek Neal in his American Champion 70 Citabria. He's running the Lycon 235 with 115 horsepower. It's a fully aerobatic airplane.
Yeah, and I just, you don't think about those as stall airplanes, but still, it just shows you what people can do. But
so Derek's going to have to, he's going to be a slipper, I'm sure, because he doesn't have any flaps.
No flaps, man. He's a no flap guy. So, all right, and finishing up, like I say, talking about Bill here real quick. The motto for Sport Air is fly safe and fly fun. Do the first and the second is automatic. I like that. That's a good saying. Bill is a member of the RV Aircraft Bulldog formation team. Man, his call sign is Voodoo. He is an EAA flight advisor and an EAA technical advisor. Is a designated airworthiness representative, a DAR, for the FAA Oklahoma City Manufacturing Inspection and District Office, which is the MITA, and has issued over 200 airworthiness certificates for aircraft in the U.S. and Europe. Very impressive.
So Derek had a good turnaround time there. I can tell that he didn't waste a lot of time on the ground over there.
Let's see if he keeps that power up or if he chops off a little early so he can bleed that speed.
So this will be his first run.
We'll see how he does. All right. Bill Canino is also registered as a registered architect, a member of the American Institute of Architects, and is licensed in all U.S. states throughout through the National Council of Architectural Registration Boards. Wow. The lovely Carol Canino is his ever-patient wife. Don't we have a lot of those?
A lot of them.
Patient wives.
Thank goodness.
Yeah. And they have 3 grown children who grew thinking all houses have aircraft wings hanging from their den ceiling and currently do not have enough grandchildren. I think that Carol put that statement in.
She must have wrote it.
Yeah, I think she did because, Bill's a nice guy and everything, but only a good wife would think about grandbabies. One of the things you're going to see coming up here shortly is Bill is going to be flying that beautiful Savage Norton. So we'll talk about the Savage Norton when he comes up to do his flight, but pretty cool airplane.
Does he have that airplane back here on display?
I believe he does, yeah.
It's really some beautiful craftsmanship. I was looking it over yesterday, and they used some carbon fiber in it. Metal wing, but it had a lot of carbon fibers going throughout it. Even the throttle quadrant had a carbon fiber rod in it.
Yeah, the link rod. Here, all right, here comes that Citabria now. Look at it slipping right in there. Had to give it a little bit of power. We're sinking hard, but very respectable. Very respectable.
Three minutes and 16 seconds. We'll see what his landing distance here.
Robbie's
so that's Derek's first run of the day, so he'll have some room for improvement on the second one. We're seeing almost everybody improve on the second run.
Absolutely, and we'll see. Again, we've got our buddy right here from AirTech Covering Systems. Like I say, they make paint fly. We use AirTech at our company at Patriot Aircraft. I tell you, it's a wonderful product. They've got all the proper glues, make sure everything sticks good. It's important to be able to get those taped edges down when we're dealing with fabric. And their process they have over there, Robbie has, is just excellent. And, he puts on a Tech Tip Friday. Have you ever seen that one? Tech Tip Friday.
What is that?
Well, it's something that Robbie does. He goes out and he finds some little something, maybe even talks to a customer about. He's gotten with us a few times about doing stuff for Tech Tip Friday. And he tries to teach people the little bitty nuances of doing covering, because like I tell people, when you do fabric covering, it has a personality. It's something that changes almost every time you do it. And so it has heart, it has soul.
I mean, look at that airplane and how it's almost perfect.
It really, if you need it, you ought to go up and check it out. I mean, it's got the little checkerboards on it. I mean, Robbie really put the time and detail in it, and it's very, very nice. Beautiful job.
So Derek's first landing was 154.4. He's a little long there, so we'll look forward to this next run, see if he can cut some distance and time off of that.
Yeah, they had to use some really heavy-duty binoculars to see how far he went on that one. All right, Robbie has made the turn down there. Let's see how long it takes him to come back around.
So Robbie's first time was 2:38. Robbie flies that airplane very consistently. I've noticed that watching him fly over since I've known Robbie, and he lives right here in Arkansas also.
Oh yeah, another Arkansas-based business.
I love those flashing lights that he's got down there. It's
yeah, it's kind of cool. A lot of people are trying to adopt that, but yeah, Robbie is right here in Lonoke, Arkansas. Lonoke is just probably, say 45 minutes outside of Little Rock. And I tell you, one of the things they got over there, you know how fat guy always talks about food?
Yeah.
Well, this fat guy has been there many times. They got a place called Nick's over there. Man, it's right off the interstate. And when you're going by Lonoke, recommend you stop there and get you some barbecue for sure. All right, so Robbie should be turning around in just a second. When he gets through landing, we're going to talk about another one of our sponsors, a silver sponsor. And, like I talk about, thank the volunteers. Go buy these tents. Thank the people that have donated and made this all possible. A lot of these vendors actually have hats, T-shirts, all kind of little bitty gizmos that they want to sell. If you want to go by there and buy one of those products, that's great, but you don't have to. Just go by and thank them.
Look at that beautiful Robbie's a slipper. He likes to put it in the slip.
Oh, he just
even though he's got the flaps. Oh, we're gonna like
that. Oh yeah, I like it.
Beautiful job.
You see him on those brakes?
Oh, I think we're gonna like those numbers.
Oh yeah, yep. And it's kind of neat because Robbie, he's an older gentleman like we are.
I'm not old.
No.
Not in my mind, anyway.
Well, compared to dirt, you're not old compared to dirt.
Yeah,
but,
okay. You got to have some kind of comparison.
Yeah, comparisons, everything. You're relatively young compared to like the sequoia trees, out there.
So listen to this. So this is where the landing distance really going to help him. He was just 2 seconds longer. He's 240.122, but his landing first time was 96.7. His second landing, 72.9.
Oh yeah.
That's going to be when we put those in the scoring. That's going to help him tremendously.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. But like I say, Robbie's also one of those avid. He's a banjo player. You might hear him tonight if you come over to the ceremony, the award ceremony. You might hear him pick a banjo.
I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, it's awesome. He's really quite the talented person, and
will he pick with the justices too?
Oh yeah, he definitely does.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
They would invite me and everything, but there's only one problem. Got no talent. I can't hold a string. I can't even hold a tune in a bucket.
So Derek's taking the Satabri up for his second run of the day. He's a little long. I think he's going to pick it up this time.
I think so too. All right, while he's doing his thing, we're going to talk about our silver sponsor, Aircraft Structural Inspections, ASI. All right, founded in 2011, ASI is an FAA certified repair station specializing in all aircraft from Cessna 150s to Boeing to Airbus, also including rotary aircraft such as Airbus, Bell, Augusta, and Sikorsky. ASI provides mobile and in-house NDT inspections methods. NDT, that's an interesting terminology, called non-destructive testing. They do fluorescent penetrant, magnetic particle, eddy current. I do not know why they don't use bob current. I ain't figured out. Bob must not be as popular as eddy current. Ultrasonic, composite testing, and radiographic. One of only a handful of companies holding specific NDT certifications by several aircraft manufacturers such as Beechcraft, Textron Citation, Dassault Falcon, and requires to perform many special NDT inspections. They provide certifications for altimeters, altitude reporters, required by FAA 91.411, Part 43, and provide NDT Level 3 services, such as training for Level 1 and Level 2, along with certifications to those levels in these methods, which are fluorescent penetrant, magnetic particle, eddy current, ultrasonic, and X-ray. ASI has grown to 7 inspectors and 10 employees over the years, expanding from performing wing spar inspections on King Air aircraft to even more complex inspections on heavy aircraft. Although we have expanded, we still cater greatly to the individual general aviation aircraft, including the Cessna 170, 210 AD and SB, as well as the Piper PA 28-32 wing spar AD. All right, we got to take a pause for the calls. Somebody just brought me a hot dog to eat, and you think a fat guy going to turn a hot dog down? You're mistaken. So we'll be quiet just for a second.
I hear the roar of Derek's engine. There he comes in. Nice slip over the obstacle.
Wow, nice.
Oh, yeah.
For her, right?
So 3 minutes and 10 seconds on that run. His first run was 3:16, so he saved 6 seconds off that. Let's see what his landing distance does for him.
That's hers, I think.
Oh, this has got mustard on.
Well, she got
141.8, and his first one was 154.4. So he definitely did some pretty big corrections there. 6 seconds on the time, and 5 feet. 5 feet on the landing, or 5 yards, I should say.
You know, Greg, we're getting spoiled up here. They just brought us hot dogs. You know, they're asking us what we want on them. We had, you want mustard? You want ketchup? I want mustard.
Hey, you know who we got taken off here is Gary Schmidt.
Oh!
One of the owners of Just Aircraft.
All right. And what is he taking off in?
He's in Gary's in a super stall.
All right.
And so I guess Gary can fly whatever he wants to, since he's an owner.
True.
Gary shows up at a lot of these competitions and flies the airplane. Just makes a really cool airplane. I mean, we got Highlanders here, we got super stalls, and there's just a lot of different engines on them, and there's some different things on every one of them, I believe. And
absolutely. All right, Greg, there's a hot dog just got thrown in front of you. You eat, let me talk, and tell everybody more about ASI. And it's really kind of cool. Like I say, Mark Welter began his aviation career in the Army. Don't you love that? More military people for sure. Started as a helicopter mechanic performing repairs and overhauls to helicopter powertrain components. One of his duties was NDT, where he performed many inspections with fluorescent penetrant and magnetic particle inspections. Throughout his military career, he has progressed from a basic mechanic to a lead technician to aircraft inspector, then went on to further his career in the NDT field to include eddy current, ultrasonic, X-ray inspections. He began this venture working directly with the Air Force as an instructor before retiring from the Army. I tell you, it's really cool seeing what the military can do for a young person. They can get out there, they can learn these skills, and come out and really put those to use and make a wonderful living at it. I tell you, if you really take advantage of the service, there's so many opportunities out there.
What happened to you?
You know, look, man, I was in the Navy, you know, and I learned many skills. I'm special, and so
I do know that about you. You are special.
I'm special,
yeah.
And the only thing that I've really retained from the military, you know, and I can't even say that. I was going to say I retained my good looks, but that didn't happen either. So dadgummit. But no, I tell you, the Navy was good to me, man. I got to go around the world twice, seen things that most people have never seen, and some things that people never want to see. But I did my job, did what I had to do, and I enjoyed the military service for sure. And I have a lot of respect for my fellow military people. Love you guys to death. All right, here we go. Gary's coming back in. Got that super stall. He's setting himself up. I believe he's got a nice thing of attack. Keep that speed down. Don't gun it. All right, shopping that power. Here he comes. Come on. Oh, he had to pop a little power, but he needed it.
Thing that always amazes me about is that gear on that airplane. It looks like it can handle an awful lot. So Gary's first run of the day. So good time, 3 minutes and 4 seconds, and landing distance 105. So now we've got James Stoppel and his Husky A1, which the A1 is the 180 horsepower version. And his dog is not sticking his tongue out on that one. He's just got a happy dog up there.
He's got a happy dog. I'm telling you, that Husky logo is really iconic. When you see an Aviat Husky, you know what you're looking at. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It is really cool, I tell you. And then I tell you, them being the title sponsor for here is this makes it worthwhile when you see one of their airplanes out here doing the event. Hey, when does Brian Steck come up? Where is he at on our list?
Brian. Oh, Brian's coming here after this round.
You know, they'd be kind of cool because we're going to talk about, you know, he's not only a pilot, but he's a silver sponsor. He's got 2 different companies. And I'm not going to say a word about him until he comes up. Nothing. I'm not going to tell you anything about East Texas Architectural Sheet Metal, LLC, a silver sponsor. I'm not going to tell you nothing about Power Lift Hydraulic Doors of Texas. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you that he's a no-good pilot. I'm not going to tell you that he's flying a MOAC. And I'm definitely not going to tell you that he's from Mineola, Texas, which I know right where that's at.
Last time I saw Brian, he was sitting in his easy chair. He was doing a lot of focus, and I'm sure he was doing a lot of armchair flying, thinking about his performance. I told him I'd be a little nicer to him today, but I don't know if that's going to happen. We're just going to have to see how he flies. see how we treat him.
Well, the thing about it is if he really took our advice, he'll do better, and it'll be great. I think he'll do really, really great. And, you know, it's him flying that Legend MOAC, just an awesome airplane. Brian does a wonderful job. I have to give him a little credit, but when he comes up here, we'll tear him down.
We got to do our job.
We have to. It's more apparent.
I'm listening for that roar of that Husky.
I think I hear it. Oh, yeah, I hear it. Here he comes. That Husky is one mean dog, you know what?
I see him on the screen coming around. Here he comes right now. We'll see if he's a slipper.
He's slipping. He's slipping, that's for sure. He's setting up pretty good, though. Let's see what he does. He's holding that slip. Oh, yeah.
Right on the numbers. Got a little hop there.
Yeah, he bounced that little rascal, that's for sure.
You know, another airplane with some bungees in it, and I happen to know some guys that are working on a shock system.
Oh,
those guys at Acme Aero.
Tell me more about those guys at Acme Aero.
You know the bungees are up, much like a Citabria. Those bungees are up underneath the seat.
Yeah.
You know, which is different than what a Super Cub would have, and so they're developing a system for them to have a shock just like the other Acme shocks you see here today.
Oh, man, that will be awesome, I tell you. Having that no bounce situation, that's very important. It makes you and I makes it look like we know what we're doing.
It can even make us look better.
That's right. It makes us look good, too.
So, James' first run, 239.4 and 135.9 on the distance.
All right, he's getting ready to take off. They're going to clear him in just a second, but we're going to talk about another silver sponsor here, Medic Corps. Medic Corps, not corpses, but Medic Corps. Medical Evacuation Disaster Intervention Corps is a nonprofit disaster response organization, and I think they're even helping out with the hurricane just come through Florida, right?
I believe so.
I believe so, yeah. All right, anyway, it says we specialize in reaching hard-to-reach areas after disasters. We have highly cross-trained professionals that specialize in reaching those in most need. And right now, there's a lot of people down there need some help for sure. There's some bad stuff that happened in Florida. Our prayers go out to those guys. Medic uses aircraft, both fixed-wing and helicopters, as well as a host of other ground equipment, ranging from boats to heavy equipment. Medic Corps is currently working in Ukraine, helping those most affected by the war. We currently have delivered over $3.5 million in medical aid. We're also providing specialized medical trauma training and logistics support to the front line areas. That's pretty cool, man. Those people in Ukraine, I tell you what, though, they sure are kicking Russia's butt, aren't they?
And going to continue.
Man, I hope so, man. I hope so. All right, Medic is always looking for more volunteers to join or give the mission. Stop by our booth to see how you can help the mission.
So I wonder if Gary can cut off. He had a pretty good first run, 3:04 on his time.
I think he's going to do good this time. His approach was not what he wanted on that last one, and I bet he'll figure it out on this one for sure. You know, we also got to give a shout out to Acme. We had Eric up here, you know, the star, the owner.
He's standing right behind you, so be careful what you say.
Well, no, I'm going to give him a compliment. He's a big guy. You don't want to mess with that guy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He's an ex-military guy. He could probably snap my neck with his pinky. You know what I mean?
He kind of does have that badass.
Oh, he does. He does. But he's one of the nicest cats on the planet. And, you know, he actually made our hot dogs for us today.
You know, and he did a good job.
He did an excellent job.
Probably one of the best hot dog makers I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah. I'm thinking he could go to Coney Island if this Acme thing don't work out.
Yep.
And he could you got a fallback.
Yeah, as Eric says, you got to have a fallback plan. And, you know, it's always have the A and a B.
A and a B. I don't think he's going to need it, though, because Acme, that is probably the best shock on the planet. You know what I mean?
So I'm watching Gary on the ground by our camera here. Well, I lost him again. Our
Yeah.
camera, our screen here is a little fuzzy, but I got him now. He's getting ready to round the corner. Oh, and look at that. He's cutting
Oh,
it a
yeah, he
little tighter.
did a little sneaky. But he's got a good approach set up this time.
You know,
Oh, look at that. That's going to be nice.
right over the pylons, just like it's to be. Nice, stable. Oh, yeah.
Very good, very good. I think he's going to like this one here.
See if he shaves some. Oh, I think we got 3 seconds in savings. 3 minutes and 1 second. We'll see what his footage turns out here.
That's going to be the difference right there for sure. That means a lot.
So 96.9, and his first run was 105. So savings in time, savings in footage, that's going to help him a bunch.
All right, we got another one of these big dog Huskies going out. This is his second run. Let's see what he's going to do. See if he's going to shave some time on this one today,
I'll
too.
be out Husky A1B, 180 horsepower. His first run was 239. So we're going to look for some savings on time here.
Yep.
And he had 135.9 on his distance. You know, here pretty soon we're going to see Robbie fly the factory demo airplane with that beta prop on it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, is that the one where he can actually back up?
Yep.
Woo,
Yep.
man. Guys, wait for this. You're going to love this. You've never seen an airplane back up like this. It's pretty cool.
I've always wanted one of those. You know where that really comes in nicely is if you're on a float plane, having that beta on it where you can reverse that prop, back in the stall, show off, for the crowd.
Awesome.
You ever flown you've got a little float time, don't you, Don?
I do, and having a reverse pitch prop would be awesome.
The scariest part is actually docking an airplane.
Absolutely, man, because you could do more damage docking than you can flying it.
There's nothing worse than having a big crowd of people there, and they're watching you come in the dock, and you poke a hole in it from coming in and landing too hard. So, if you got a beta,
I'm telling you, man.
You can't screw that up.
Well, no, I probably could.
Well, I could too, but.
All right, I'll look off.
All right, while he rounds the corner, let's talk about another silver sponsor, Swift Aviation. Swift Aviation is an aerial mapping and pipeline patrol company providing services in the southern, central, and Rocky Mountain regions with operations based in central Texas and eastern Montana. Mapping inspections from small mapping projects utilizing drones to large-scale mapping of thousands of acres utilizing manned fixed-wing aircraft. Ability to generate survey-grade, man, this is a big word. You got to have remember this is orthometric. That's the word? Orthometric. Yeah. Woo, man. Can you imagine a redneck trying to say that word? Imagery for construction design, monitoring, and inspection purposes. Now we have an expert over here. Danny actually works for him. How do you say that word again, Danny?
Orthomosaic.
See, even he can't say it right, and he works for him.
No, that's orthometric.
Yeah, see, I said it right, orthometric. You said it right. Anyway, they got the ability to digitally to generate digital elevation models for construction purposes or floodplain mapping, ability to generate quantity reports and volume calculations for the mining industry, which is very nice, vertical mapping and modeling services for the telecom industry. So
look at that approach. Oh, I think he tripped the timer.
I think he did. It stopped. I see it over there. It stopped.
Okay. We're just a little bit longer, 241.6. Still waiting for his distance.
Landing distance 124.8.
124.8, and his first one was 135.9. So that distance would definitely help
in his scoring.
On his overall scoring.
Right. Okay, Swift Aviation Pipeline Patrol, that's one of the things they do, servicing the oil and gas industry in the Bakken and Permian Basin regions. I don't know that word. Sorry, guys. Mapping capability for changing detections, digital reporting for tracking, and federal compliance. They use equipment like high-resolution mapping cameras, LiDAR, thermal cameras, fixed-wing aircraft, drones. And the personnel is Chad Brewer, mapping technician, private pilot, and professional land surveyor.
Don, I hate to interrupt you here, but you see who we got pulling up here?
Oh, my goodness.
The famous Brian Steck.
Brian Steck.
In that Extreme Moac Legend Cub.
All right, so we got to make sure, folks, you look at those landing lights when he comes in. He said he was going to put them down.
Oh, he's fired it up a little bit.
All right, this is going to be kind of
good. I think he was warming that engine up a little bit.
I tell you, I don't know, but he scared me for a second.
Yeah. Listen to that 370 roar.
Woo! Man, what some power. Well, Brian is definitely, like I say, he's flying that MOAC from Legend Aircraft Company. But let's talk about Brian just a little bit. He owns 2 companies. He's a silver sponsor on both of these, which is very impressive. Appreciate that very much. He East Texas Architectural Sheet Metal LLC, formed in 2005 and is based in Mineola, Texas. Brian Steck is the sole owner of this business. The company manufactures components for the metal building industry. ETAS, which is short for East Texas Architectural Sheet Metal, that's a mouthful, has grown steadily since its inception. Today, the company employs approximately 70 people in its manufacturing and administrative functions, serving customers both large and small throughout Texas and surrounding states.
I can tell you right now, Brian knows how to run this course. Brian runs some of the shortest times of our competitors here, and he really focuses and thinks about every time he goes through this course, how can I shave off a little time? And now he's thinking about how can I shave off that distance and landing.
Well, the thing about it is if he'll listen to us, it'll definitely work out. But anyway, the company currently occupies a facility totaling 140,000 square feet in Mineola. On-site representative, like we just talked about, is our wonderful Brian Steck. Born and raised in Quitman and Mineola, Texas area. He has been self-employed his entire work life. See, that's what we need, definitely, for sure, more entrepreneurs in the USA, for sure.
Absolutely.
But we got to keep the government the heck out of their way.
I can tell you from personal experience, Brian runs his business like an entrepreneur. He put in a hangar door for me, and it's one of my favorites, no doubt.
Did he put in one of the power lift hydraulic doors of Texas?
He did, and it's it's on my, we call it the barn, and put some Core 10 on the outside and let that patina.
Now, what is Core 10?
Core 10 is a metal that you can actually put on the outside of your building, and it rusts to a patina and stays with that current patina for the life of that building.
All right, Brian did a little slip right there, slowing it down. Now he's lining it back up. Well, Come on, got a little. He got a gust of wind there.
Yeah, I think he did. It sure looked like it.
Yep, and then it fell right out from under him. He had to do some pilot stuff on that one, big guy.
Yeah, he did. Something was definitely messing with him.
Well, that wind changed big time right then, I tell you, and you got to be ready to do that on the fly. It's pretty impressive what these Outback pilots can do.
So Brian had a 232.19, waiting on his distance.
Landing distance,
98.3, so it's certainly respectable. Definitely that wind messed with him. Now we got Joe Pearson in an A1B. So that's the 200 horsepower Husky, right?
Well, but it doesn't have the dog on the back. How can you tell it's a Husky? Look at the front of that airplane. It's beautiful. He's got the small Husky in it.
I see the little dog on the front.
Got the little dog.
Little dog. He's got some smaller tires on that, which I'm sure would help him with his cruise speed.
Right, exactly. That's what some of the competitors are doing. You notice some have big, some have little. But, hey, something we need to talk about real quick, too, is, you know, there is a deal over here right in our right behind us in the vendor section where all the tents and stuff are. Need to go by there. We actually have a tent just for ArkanSTOL, selling products and labeled for ArkanSTOL. Need to go by there, see them, buy one of the products, buy 2 or 3, buy 4. We don't mind. We have a philosophy in our company, and I'm sure ArkanSTOL does too, that we're not happy till your bank account's empty.
Are we getting in the bad jokes again?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Bad jokes. You ready for another bad one?
Go ahead, if you must.
Okay, why did the chicken cross the road?
Why?
Because he had a date over there, a dinner date, and he was going to have some chicken. See, it's really bad.
Oh, man.
That was bad.
Oh, I'm sorry, folks. You didn't pay for this, you know.
Now, he cut the corner on that one for sure.
He cut the corner. He's up there in altitude a little bit. We'll see how that approach goes on driftwood.
He's going to have to really work hard to do something with that one for sure.
What do you think Brian's doing over there? You think he's thinking about it a lot?
I tell you, when that wind fell out from under him, he definitely was sinking for sure.
He's going, what am I going to do if that happens to me next time? How am I going to handle that differently? That's part of the change-up in this is the alternate conditions. We talked about that earlier. It's getting a little warmer out, so your engine's going to perform a little differently, and you get a little gust of wind. A little gust of wind can change landing distance by many feet, many feet.
Yeah, it's amazing what it can do to these airplanes, and they're already in such a low-speed configuration. You know, those little changes are magnified big time for sure.
But the power to the weight ratio on especially on these Cubs and Huskies and so forth, you can give it enough power to get yourself out of trouble quickly, but it's still going to affect your landing configuration.
That landing distance is going to change it a lot. All right, here he comes back around. He's slipping that Husky A1B in here. He's setting up for a nice approach. We'll see if the wind messes with him like it did with Brian. All right, he's going to clear right off the top of that.
Nice slip. There we go. Oh,
And he
yeah,
didn't.
he tripped the timer.
What's that? That idiot.
We're gonna have a discussion tonight. I got in this morning.
Ron Wade, will you meet Bill from Sport Air over at the Patriot Tent? He needs some help. Ron Wade, meet Bill at the Patriot Tent, please.
Right.
There goes Brian on his second run. I've got big hopes for Brian on this. He's thought this out. He's thinking through it. He's beating himself up hard. I know Brian is thinking this through.
Well, you just hear him come by. He kept the power all around the turn, but you watch how smooth he is when he's real deliberate on everything he does.
He does represent legend well.
Oh man, I'm telling you.
And I know Brian. Brian's one of these guys got a lot of things going on, but he loves his flying.
Yes, he does. All right, like I say, Ron Wade meet Bill Canino down at the Patriot booth. Bill Canino is coming to the Patriot booth, Brian Wade. We know it'll be a good time, just kind of talk about how these competitors help each other. You notice that they'll be up here talking, looking at their scores, and each one of them will be trying to help the other one. They're out there flying, trying to compete, but it's really neat when you listen to them talk, well, I did this, or I tried that, or I did this. And it's all about the 1% things, and so like I said, they're definitely competitors, but they're definitely helping each other out.
I just spilled my second cup of coffee of the day.
Get that book out of there. Napkins, ladies, right there. Right there.
Sorry about that interruption, folks. 2 minutes, 26 seconds, so he knocked almost 6 seconds off. And that's the fastest time overall today. .86.2 on the landing, so he had a big increase in his landing. 226.7 on the time, 86.2. That's our best time of the day, folks. Give Brian a little cheer for that, would you? Okay, this be Joe's second run. He's in an A1B. That'd be a 200 horsepower Husky. So Matt, we got the famous Jaden Newman here in the booth. What?
Who? Never heard of her.
You never heard of Jaden?
Never heard of her.
Well, you're about to. She's got a lot to say. Jaden, what'd you learn yesterday on the course? Yeah, you do. I stumped her on that one. So, we've been talking about power management, all this stuff. And we're seeing some pilots come in closer to the pylons on their turn today. They're getting some increased benefit out of the time. But then you got to adjust your landing profile. So everybody's making these little adjustments, and we're seeing better times for the most part out of the second run from the first run.
Yeah, but I think you're going to see that every day. I think you're going to see that first run, you're always just kind of knocking the cobwebs off. In traditional STOL, the first run's always to get it in the books. They're going to be a little more conservative on the first run. Jaden, okay, first run or second run, which run are you more aggressive on? It's almost always the second run. Wouldn't you say that?
Pretty sure it was my second, but yesterday I was just trying to figure out where the pylons were going to be over at Driftwood, where Driftwood was. It was a good spot to, pull my power, and I was just trying to figure out the course yesterday.
So you spent yesterday, and once you kind of get oriented, and it's one thing to look at it on a map, and it's a whole other thing to get in the plane and actually fly it.
Here comes Joe and his flip. Oh, that looks pretty.
Not bad at all. Very good.
Okay, Joe. Joe running a little bit slower on that one. He had a 258 on his first run. His second run was 303. First run was 146.7. Second run, 145. So he shaved a little bit of footage off there. This is a special treat. This is our Aviat sponsor, demo pilot, test pilot, delivery pilot.
That's right. Oh, we went past the start.
Oh.
Uh-oh, wait a minute,
Well,
wait a minute.
Wait.
Oh, we're using the beta prop. Okay, now we're showing off.
That's what that beta prop is.
That's pretty
Okay.
awesome right there. That's awesome. Oh man, that was awesome. That was great, y'all. So folks, if you can get as an option from Aviat Husky an awesome beta prop like that and back your aircraft up, there's lots of uses for it. There's lots of uses for that beta prop, especially if you're coming in on sandbar and you're highly loaded. And there goes Rob. You can take that beta prop and save yourself a couple of feet on your rollout as you're coming in on that sandbar. So you notice he's going to keep it nice and low. He's been learning a lot of the rest of these pilots here. And now he's going to slow. It's a hard slip to the left. Oh. And now he's going to bring it in on Traveler.
Is that not a beautiful sight watching that go in?
That was a
pretty
great
red,
slip.
white airplane.
He bled a lot of airspeed off right there. And so Robbie, even though he is a test pilot, okay, guys, that's not exactly kind of the Top Gun kind of test pilot, but he does test all of the aircraft for Aviat Husky there in Wyoming. And here he comes around the corner. And you'll notice he's going to keep it on a slow climb out. Now, that Husky can climb a lot harder than that, can't he, Rick? If he wanted to.
I think he's going for the forward momentum speed here.
That's right.
Watch that turnout. He's getting right into it.
When the ability to climb out hard like that would come in handy would be as if you took that husky hunting and you were loaded up with moose or elk or whatever you'd been hunting or whatever you'd been collecting out there in the backwoods. You needed to climb out of a valley. Well, with a husky like this, you would have enough power and enough angle of attack that you'd be able to climb out of that valley and get back home. By the way, that's an IFR certified husky with a autopilot. You can shoot approaches with it. You could come out of the back country and then come into an airport with bad weather. So it's a fully capable, incredibly capable aircraft. Now understand we've got the Husky pack here. There's a whole bunch of folks here supporting Husky. And they've even got a pair of Husky dogs. And there's an awesome Kawasaki mule that's all dressed up in Husky colors, got a stuffed Husky on the dash. Folks, make sure you stop by and talk to Sean Francis and the rest of the Husky pack here, and they'll tell you everything you need to know about Aviat Husky.
Get a hat, get a t-shirt, buy a Husky. The plane, preferably.
Okay. So we're waiting for Rob to come back around. You know, I've been at night to the Husky factory. They wouldn't let me in. It was all locked up. I went to the Lincoln County Fair. Ooh, he's coming in. Hi, look at this. Holy cow. Okay, kind of cut that corner. This is new.
Look at that beautiful slip.
And he's got a hard slip.
Okay.
Look at that. He's bleeding that energy. Okay, you know what? All right then. Very nice. Now, I wonder if coming in high over those trees.
Oh, wait a minute. He went into beta.
Yes, he did. Why not?
That does help you stop, doesn't it?
That's right. But just so you know, they are going to measure that yardage from the furthest point of the. They're going to give him forward progress on that, like a football ref. He gets forward progress, forward momentum on that. But it is kind of cool to see that beta proc work.
So we got 240 seconds, or 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and 105.7.
So, Greg, who have we got on the line right here in this Super Cub?
So this is the famous Kevin Johnson.
The world-famous Kevin Johnson in his Super Cub.
Flying a PA-18, and I believe he flies that all the time over Texas.
I'm pretty sure he does. Let me get to his profile because it'll tell us how much he's been flying it as of late. And there goes Kevin Johnson in his PA-18 150. Now that's 150 horsepower 1961 Super Cub. And as I thought, Kevin has got 1,500 hours total. His total competition time, though, is 1,000 hours. So he got into it. Look at him slip in there, man. That is excellent. Bleeding that energy off, going into Traveler. He's from Canyon, Texas. And if you ask him, says his pilot bio says, strong back, weak mind pretty much summarizes my personal life. Square peg, round hole is his aviation life. When you ask him where he's based out of, he says his home field. Yeah, we're not going to give you too much information. And here comes Kevin around the corner. Slowly rising, coming from your right to left in that Super Cub. Oh, he's got everything in it. He's got everything he's got in it. He's got a firewall. So an interesting thing about Kevin is that in 2021, he flew up to Valdez, Alaska in that aircraft and placed second in the push category in Valdez. Anybody who knows anything about STOL knows that Valdez is kind of like the Super Bowl of STOL aircraft. There's a lot of very capable pilots up in the Alaska bush, obviously. We were also happy to have him last year at Swamp STOL 2021, where he was the Bush Class champion. He did really well down there, and we had a nice headwind that day.
So I found out just now that Robert busted the pylons on that first run. The departure on driftwood, so that's going to be a penalty point against him.
So kind of interesting about those pylons on driftwood, folks. If you haven't been over to driftwood yet, You've got to clear the pylons going in, and you've got to clear the pylons going out. And so the pilot's challenge, and this is all judgment and pilotage, is knowing how far down the runway they have to go to get enough get enough altitude on the way back out so that they clear the pylons coming back. Now, for those of you who are safety-minded, no, there's not like a string or anything that they have to bust. There's a camera that's level with the tops of the pylons and a monitor down there. Mr. Jerry from Arkansas Aviation Division is down there keeping an eye on things, and it's also being recorded. And then he radios it in that that he busted. So yeah, he'll take a penalty on that. I don't know if Robbie knows that yet. They're probably telling him over the radio. And he'll take a time penalty. And here comes Kevin Johnson. High. Oh, slipping in. Don't slip too much because you'll bust it. Nope, he didn't. Look at that. Very, very nice. Look at that.
Man, nice landing. Oh, that's going to be beautiful.
That's going to be a good distance. That's going to be a very good distance. He had that high angle of attack coming in, cleared the pylons, and was at a really good rate of descent and slipping to get that energy out.
So he's 2 minutes and 58 seconds on his time. Oh, 68.5 on that landing distance. What a nice run there.
That's hard to be mad about a 68.5 on your landing distance there. That was a great bit of pilotage to come in at that high of an angle and get that much energy out and land just a few feet beyond the scratch line. So Robbie's not going to show off that beta prop here for us. But he's going to come up on the line. I don't know if he is aware, Greg, that he busted the pylon at Driftwood.
I don't think he is.
Okay. That would be a nice thing to tell a guy.
Well, you know, and we the pilots have asked so they can get their times between round 1 and 2 so they can measure themselves, and you know, it's part of that thinking process. What can I do the better this next run? So Robbie's got a lot to think about.
All right, guys. Robbie's back up on the line with that 180 horsepower Husky.
I wonder if he's thinking about that mistake he made and not getting over that pylon.
I wonder if he knows.
Maybe he'll give a little more distance so he can get up over that a little better.
See, that's all about that judgment. Or do you really want to pull back that hard? You know, do you want to spend all that? Because it's timed event, right? There's no doubt in my military mind that that Husky could climb out. Okay, that Husky could definitely climb out, but he's trying to also save some of his forward airspeed. So he's trying to clip the very tippy top. He just wants to be a foot above those pylons to save his forward airspeed as much as he possibly can. And oops, he has scratched it.
So the save a second cost him several.
Yep, you could try to save a second and you lose a minute. Well, not a minute, but a few more seconds.
I think what that costs is about 20 seconds.
Hold on. So he's down into Traveler, folks. We're going to wait. You'll be able to hear that engine. Here comes that Husky aircraft coming around that corner. Holy cow, he is rolling. Look at that. He's got it all in.
I think he's figuring it out.
Look at that paint shine, Greg. Isn't that wonderful? Man, that is a good-looking airplane.
Beautiful craftsmanship. That dog's working hard. He's got his tongue out.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the like-kind sponsors of the ArkanSTOL 2022 Backwoods Challenge is the Buffalo Outdoor Center. Fueled by a passion of the Buffalo River's beautiful wilderness, Buffalo Outdoor Center was founded in 1976. Started out when the river's national park designation was brand new, and only a few hundred people a year came to explore the area. Of course, we're talking about the Buffalo River up here in beautiful northern Arkansas that I have been on personally about seven canoe trips down the Buffalo River. My Boy Scout troop used to go down here all the time. Today, the Buffalo Outdoor Center has 26 cabins, 2 lodges.
Ooh,
and here comes Robbie.
Look at this.
Is he coming in a little hot? There he goes.
I don't know. Did it trip?
I don't know if he tripped it or not. Okay, very good. He tripped it. 2 minutes, 34 seconds. How does that compare to his first score, Greg?
The first time he was 2:58, so he cut a lot of time off that.
He did cut a lot of time off that. See, and that's how these pilots dial this course in. They get better and better and better. And I guarantee he did not clear those pylons at Driftwood by much.
Oh, I misspoke. He did 240 on that first one.
But he still cut 4 seconds off of it.
Yes. 6 seconds.
6 seconds. Outstanding.
So his landing distance was a lot longer. He landed 140 on this one, and he was 105.7. So, you know, that combination's not going to weld well on that.
Yeah, I could tell you that landing was going to be a little long.
And then he's got,
a bit high.
Of course, he's got the penalty on the first one too. So
Here comes Kevin again. Tail up, off he goes. Well, folks, the Buffalo Outdoor Center has 26 cabins, 2 lodges, and here here's the feature that I'm interested in. It's got a fly-in lodging option, including complimentary vehicle and hangar use. It's got a backcountry airstrip. They also have an RV park with premium park amenities, 14 spacious sites, all with beautiful views. They have a Buffalo River canopy tour, their only zip line experience. Okay, we're going to take a pause talking about sponsors here to wait for Kevin to come around the corner. Back from Traveler, folks, if you want to look to your right. And here he comes. Keeping it low and fast, slowly climbing out. Boogity, 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 and away he goes.
I love watching that guy fly that airplane. You can tell he's just got so much time in there, really understands what's going on with his equipment.
Almost all of Kevin's time is in that aircraft. He knows it like the back of his hand. Also, Buffalo Outdoor Center is giving a $500 gift card tonight for rental and activities at the Outdoor Center at tonight's award ceremony. So we're looking forward to that. Another like-kind sponsor for the 2022 ArkanSTOL Backwoods Challenge, CamGuard. If you're a pilot, you're very familiar with CamGuard because laboratory analysis typically reports a 30% reduction in wear metals, which gives peace of mind when flying in challenging conditions. Just take that CamGuard, put it in your oil, and it provides 16 ounces of prevention and the cure to premature maintenance.
Another great company from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Can you believe that? Those Tulsa people
Okies,
are awesome,
man. I
aren't
don't know
they?
about them Okies, man. How about that? How about that? We also want to thank Miss Heather Metzler, the FAA FAST representative, who's been giving talks in the AOPA tent all throughout ArkanSTOL. It's so great that the FAA flight safety team is out here trying to make pilots safer.
So I hear Kevin come back in. I want to see him shave some time on this. His first run was 2:58.
And here he comes.
He's going in that traditional Super Cub slip.
Yep, he's putting a hard slip to the left. Look, he didn't get enough out. He's going to slip again. He's going to slip a third time coming over, and he's going to drop that. Wind got him. Nope. He's okay. The wind got him, but he recovered, folks. He's fine. He had to put a little bit of power in there to make sure he maintained control. Sometimes the wind can be a little tricky there when you're in that low energy state with your aircraft.
Oh, we got a scratch on that one. He didn't make the timer.
So he didn't trip the timing beam, so that's going to be a scratch. Now, folks, you cannot control the wind. There's nothing anybody can do about the wind from competitor to competitor. That is just up to the fates, the aviation fates, as to whether or not you get a good wind or a bad wind. You don't have any control over it whatsoever.
So here's another one of our sponsors here from Stole It, Chris Greenwald. And beautiful airplane, isn't it?
It absolutely is, folks, and I don't mind telling you, some of you may be looking at these kit aircraft that you can get built with Chris, with assistance at their facility in Tennessee. But I'm 6'3", and I can climb in this aircraft, scoot the seat back, and fit this high. And with the horsepower options that they've got, and your power plant options are numerous, from Rotaxes to all kinds of things. You could put anything you wanted there. It's an experimental. It's up to you. And here goes Chris. There he goes. He's got good acceleration off the line. Look at that. You can tell that's a light aircraft with a lot of horsepower. Chris is probably going to keep it real low. There he goes. He's not going to get too high. He's getting ready to start cutting that energy as he goes around the turn.
So you notice those Super Stols, they have that high lift strut on them. They look like they can absorb a lot of travel when they land. It makes it really, really nice for some of this backwoods flying that we do.
I'm telling you, you could just drop it out the back of a truck, and it would just take that. It would just take it. And how many inches of travel do you think you have in that suspension? That's been the big question.
You know, I'd like for somebody to come up and tell us that. I do not know that answer.
I mean, they can really bounce. And
that was a nice quick turnaround too.
Yes, indeed. He had a quick turnaround. He came around that corner hard. And I was talking with Gary Schmidt, one of the owners of Just Aircraft, about these Super Stols. And he was at Oshkosh just a few weeks ago. He was coming in and I swear, I think he was beta testing the landing gear. He wanted to show off. And so he would come into Oshkosh and just let that thing just fall down on the grass. And it was beautiful, man. I mean, that suspension would flex and the plane would be just fine.
Just heard it from the man, Mr. Gary Schmidt. 21 inches of travel.
21. I didn't think it was that much. That is amazing.
That's a fact right there. Just heard it from the man. Thank you, Gary.
Thanks, Gary. Appreciate it. That is amazing. 21 inches of travel on that suspension.
Now folks, we've this is the start of a new category where we're in the light sport, and so they're a lighter airplane, obviously, and these categories go by this weight of the airplane. So we went through touring and bush class. Bush class is a heavier airplane, and it's based upon their useful load too. So light sports usually got a useful load of what, Matt?
Anywhere from 660 to 1,000 pounds in the light sport category. I'm sorry, I was talking about light touring.
Light, yeah. So that's what a lot of these airplanes are weighing, and then you can haul usually what, 1,500 pounds?
So if you're talking about Just Aircraft, you're talking about that 30 cubic feet of cargo in the back. I mean, that's a lot of bulk camping gear, hunting gear, anything you might need to haul off into the back country.
I see a lot of pictures of people going out hunting with these things.
Here comes
look at that
Chris.
pretty approach.
Oh, so light, so slow.
I've noticed a lot of these Super Stols are, they're not slipping in these as much.
They don't have
to. They got
to.
The slats. They get controlled.
There we go. That's what we want to see.
Oh,
that's what we want to see. We want to see that. We want to see that suspension work. That's exactly what we want to see right there.
Okay, we got 3 minutes and 3 seconds.
You can bet his distance is going to be nice and short.
63.2. That was a nice one.
That was awesome. Now, this is a great time for us to talk about another sponsor of the 2022 ArkanSTOL Backwoods Challenge, Lift Aviation. As a company, Lift Aviation has been making lots of fine products. We want to talk a little bit about their helmets that you can purchase at the Aviat Husky booth. They're here today, and they're running a ArkanSTOL special. So you can get a little discount on your helmets. Now, folks, you need to know, here he goes. That's number 63. And just in a Super Stole, Anthony Sanchez. Off he goes. Now, notice he's going to keep it low, folks, as he goes to the right. Now, Lift Aviation has been branching off into all kinds of products. One product that's become very popular with pilots are their shoes. They make shoes for aviation. They give you superior feel on the pedals. And Lift Aviation, a sponsor of the 2022 ArkanSTOL Backwoods Challenge. Make sure you stop by the Aviad Aircraft booth and check out the latest in Lift Aviation helmets and other products. By the way, folks, as a side note, before he comes back around out of Traveler, you do need to know that helmets are going to start being required at all STOL activities. That's just a prediction I'm making. And here comes the other Sanchez brother.
Yep, Anthony Sanchez coming down through here in that Just Super Stall.
Boogity, boogity, boogity from your right to your left. Tires still rolling from Traveler.
Is that neat? I'm telling you, man, he took off so fast and made it out there, the tire's still rolling.
Another sponsor of the 2022 ArkanSTOL Backwoods Challenge, Sky Cowboy Supply. This is a helmet manufacturer that a man started in his garage. I was fortunate enough to meet the owner at Oshkosh. You can see them at www.skycowboysupplycompany.com. Just look up Sky Cowboys on DuckDuckGo or Google. It'll take you right to their website. Their helmets, you can take the earphones out of your Bose A20s, your Lightspeed, or your Davy Clarks, and they fit right into those Sky Cowboys. I myself have a Sky Cowboy helmet sitting in my aircraft right now. It's very light, it's very comfortable, very cool, has good ventilation. I even can wear it when it's hot in Louisiana. But the nicest part is I can take my Bose A20 headsets, install them on that Sky Cowboy helmet, and I've got noise canceling and protection.
Oh, it definitely makes it nice. You know, I see something, Matt, right beside you. There's a little box, and these little boxes are kind of cool. There's all kind of sayings, and they're available down at the store. The store right as you come in here at Birds Adventure Center. And it says right here, and I think it applies to you and me, I love the sound you make when you shut up. And they have such cool little sayings down there. Sarcasm is definitely for sure one of the things that they have for sale down there.
Absolutely, especially with this crew. So think about it, guys. That means somebody went to the store, saw this thing, bought it, and put it in the announcer's booth.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're trying to say something, though. All right, here he comes. Eddie's going to.
Here's Sanchez coming in.
Yep, Anthony is.
Look at that. He's got all that power out. Look, he's not even having to slip. If he flares just right, you look at that. No change to his approach profile whatsoever.
That was perfect.
Absolutely perfect.
All right, so 3 minutes and 2 seconds on that one. Let's see what the landing distance is.
You know, I really got to say, this is my first ArkanSTOL, but I really like the pylons. That really adds an element and a challenge to pilot skill. And with the 70.8 on that landing distance.
Yep. I tell you, the time is really amazing.
What did he score on time?
2 minutes and 0.01 seconds.
That's pretty quick.
Oh, yeah, that's awesome right there, I'm telling you. That's a really, really good score. Let's see what you can do now. We got
number 23. That's Chris.
Chris.
That's Chris. Chris, who will help you build one of these.
That's right. Linden, Tennessee, the new place where they're going to open it up.
That's right. Not Arkansas, which is really unusual. We are seeing a lot of great Arkansas companies here.
Okay, 3 minutes and 2 seconds he had.
Okay, 3 minutes and 2 seconds.
Yeah, 3 minutes and 2 seconds.
Yeah, I was about to lose my mind. 2 minutes.
Oh, my goodness.
Man, like 30 seconds better than some of the best folks out here. And there he goes. And now Chris is going to slip it in. You know, an interesting thing to think about, folks. Chris built that aircraft. We have a couple of owner builders here. But with his company, Stole It, Chris will help you build one of these aircraft. So if you're looking at these aircraft thinking, oh, I could never do that, there's help. You don't have to do it by yourself. There's support for all these aircraft kits that you want to buy, and Chris's company, Stole It in Tennessee, can help you get that plane together. And here he comes back around. Looking good and low and fast. Got a slow rise coming up as he gains that airspeed. It'd be interesting to see the footage from inside the cockpit. I know some of these guys have GoPros in there. I'd like to see how much they're working the trim. I'd like to see how much they're working the flaps. I mean, they are busy in there.
Oh, I tell you, it's really cool to watch them do those 3D cameras. You know, I've got a cup in my hand that I got to talk about it. I mean, it's really cool. Another one of those trinkets from down at Bird's Adventure Center over at the store, the little country store. You know, they've got ice cream down there.
Now, is that homemade ice cream?
You know, I don't know, but it's ice cream. I really don't care.
Okay.
And ice cream is good no matter what. But anyway, it's just a little cup. It's got a carabiner on it, and it's got Bird's Adventure Center on it, airplane kind of in the background, and it even has the coordinates of where this airfield is. 93 degrees by 43 by 59 west. Is that cool?
That is really cool.
Yeah, so there's so many different things down there. If you haven't been to the store, you need to go to the store. And for sure, they need to go down and get a Reuben from the restaurant. What do you think?
Since we're talking about the restaurant, while you and Greg were announcing this morning, I went to the restaurant and I got the big boy omelet.
I don't like you anymore.
It was awesome.
You know what? And
it was so good.
I thought I smelt something, and you didn't bring us nothing.
Yes, it was so good.
You know, folks,
awesome.
Folks, they've got streets out there named after Matt. They're called One Way.
In the plant, we call that a check valve. It only flows one way.
Yeah. Whatever it is, you didn't bring me nothing. You're killing me.
Well,
you know what, guys? Do y'all believe that my own fellow announcer would not bring me?
I thought
something?
you were staying off post. You didn't pick anything up on the way in.
Yeah, is that right? Yeah. That's your excuse. You're sticking to it.
Yeah, that's my excuse. I am sticking to it.
All right, here we go. Here comes
Chris.
Gary. I mean, Chris.
Here comes Chris. Get it up over. Get
Oh,
up over,
yeah,
Chris.
perfect.
He
There
got
it goes.
it. Oh, man, look at him bring that thing.
no
up.
power,
He's
man.
got a little too much power in there.
power.
Man, look at those shocks. That is awesome.
Yeah. Did good.
Those are tough machines. Those are seriously tough machines, folks. They can really land out.
Oh, you had a scratch on that time. Doggone it.
Well.
I hate that right there.
Well, he scratched all the time, folks, but he really put on a great show and showed what that suspension of that Just aircraft can do. Now, of course, where all that really comes in handy is not in competition, but when you're out in the back country, landing on gravel bars and sandbars and grass strips with bumps on them. And that's where those suspensions really pay off. That's having that tough suspension that can get over all of that rough terrain. And now we're waiting on number 63, Mr. Sanchez, getting ready to take off in his Super Stole.
Do you know which one is the older brother? Is it Eddie or Anthony? Which one's the older one?
I think it's Eddie.
Eddie?
I'm making it well, look, I got a 50-50 shot either way, right?
Well, that's true. Very
Okay.
true. You know, you had a 50-50 shot to bring me one of them omelets this morning, and you blew that one.
Again with these omelets, I'm never going to hear the end of this, am I?
Of course. Folks, you know, would y'all agree with me if a coworker would go out to a wonderful place, you know, and get a wonderful meal and not even ask you if you wanted something? Wouldn't that be rude? That'd be awful, would it not?
You know, there's something else we got to talk about. We got to talk about the fact that Bill Gilstrap knocked over our coffee, brought us new coffees to replace that coffee. We promptly knocked that coffee over too. And Greg Sanchez is going to be coming around the corner here from Traveler to your right here very shortly. Yeah, that looks really good. He's got it all in.
See, that was a smooth turn. That's where he's making up some of his time because he's not bleeding that energy, losing that energy rather, by making those hard turns. He's really doing a smooth run.
Smooth is fast.
Can we say it? Smooth as butter?
It's butter, and that wheel is still turning from travel.
You notice he's got a white line on that thing? I wonder if he does that on purpose.
Well, the nice thing about that is that tape goes all the way down to the hub, so they can tell if that tube is rotating on that hub.
That's true.
What's really nice about it, if you're an announcer, is you can tell how far they roll before they take off.
Ah.
1, 2, you can count it. 1, 2, 3 rotations, and boom, that plane is up.
I tell you, that's it's remarkable what these little airplanes can do. All right, let's see what the wind, how the wind helps him or hurts him this time around. I think it really did good for him last time. He had a less wind, but it was steady. It didn't fall out from underneath him.
Anything but a gust. I mean, I can tell you as a STOL competitor, anything but a gust. As long as it's a steady wind and it doesn't change, you can work with it. You can adjust to it. But when the wind falls out from underneath you, and one of the worst places is sun and fun. And Jaden can tell you that. I see she's in her plane getting ready to compete.
Right.
But it's really frustrating at sun and fun because you get that wind out of the south and it comes off those pine trees and you have these rollers that you got to contend with as you come into the line. And I myself got caught by one and hold the record for the longest scratch in the National STOL Series.
Oh, really? It dropped out that hard?
It dropped out that hard.
Oh, my goodness.
I touched a wheel like 100 yards before 100 feet before the line.
Oh, I tell you, that makes you feel bad, but it's nothing you can do but try to get it on the ground safely.
Well, it got me on AV Web, so, at least I'm famous for that.
I think you're also famous for a little event that you put on down there somewhere in the lower state there.
Absolutely. Let's get this Sanchez brother down, and we're going to talk about it a little bit.
Sounds good.
He's coming up. He's having to put a little power into it to get it over the pylons, and now all the power comes out, looking good. Hard to beat,
nice,
folks.
Nice.
That
Very
is hard
nice.
to beat. 3-point landing. Did you see that? Was beautiful.
I'm telling you, the textbook all the way. It was butter. Butter.
Now, we've had the Sanchez brothers down there in Jennings, Louisiana for Swamp STOL. Swamp STOL this year will be March 18th, 2023 in Jennings, Louisiana. You can go to the Swamp STOL Facebook page or the Swamp STOL Instagram, and we'll be posting news and updates. It's part of the National STOL Series last year, and this year will be supported by a lot of the staff of the National STOL Series, Doug Jackson and his awesome crew that he put together. And we have a pretty good time down there. We bowl about 600 pounds of crawfish. We have live music on the field, Cajun music, of course. And I hear there's a STOL competition.
I believe they put one of the nicest ones on for sure. Well, guys, we have definitely got two of the best competitors on the field right now for sure. And we got Anthony, his brother Eddie. And what is Eddie flying out here for today? He's in nice sport. He's got the Just Highlander. And then we got Jaden Newman, young phenom pilot, 19 years old, just 19.
Never heard of him.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, man, it's one of those things. But she's flying one of the older Carbon Cups.
Did you see that thing jump when Eddie let those brakes off?
Dude, yeah.
Oh, he had some torque built up there. He really had some torque built up there. Look how low he's keeping it. Holy cow, he is rolling down there to travel.
He is going to have to really put it into a hard slip.
Oh,
and
just like that. There's your hard slip right there, ladies and gentlemen. And look at that. Man, he must have all the left rudder in that thing.
Ooh, doggy.
I wonder how long his turnaround's going to be.
Couple seconds, really? Within 15 seconds,
that's
20 seconds?
That's going to be a turn and burn. I can't, with a plane that accelerates that quickly, I cannot wait to see him come back around that corner.
There he is.
Boom. Look how low he is.
10 seconds, maybe.
Holy cow. You can see his shadow right up underneath that black airplane. He is screaming across here.
Ooh.
That is awesome. Of course, the one nice thing about a Highlander is you can get those nice clear doors for really good visibility. But yeah, folks, if you're within the sound of my voice, I am the founder of Swamp Stole down in Jennings, Louisiana. Want to take this opportunity to invite everybody to come on down. We have a good time there. Hoping to see Jack and John and Joe and all the good folks from ArkanSTOL down there again. You know, we have a lot of good crawfish, and we have a little, one of our sponsors is Bayou Rum Company in Lacassine, Louisiana, the makers of Gator Bite and other delicious rums. No, I'm not embarrassed at all to say that my fly-in is sponsored by a rum distillery.
You know, I wouldn't be embarrassed. That's an awesome, because at the end of the day, when you get through flying, a good glass of rum is one of those things that take the edge off of you. Especially the way you fly, you probably need it.
I do, especially when I'm letting Anitra Goddard fly my airplane.
Anitra, oh my goodness.
I let Anitra fly most of the way up here. You know, it was kind of nerve-wracking. Here comes Eddie.
He is
slipping it in.
Look at him, slow it down.
He got a lot of energy out of it in that turn, and now he's going to get her down and go for brakes. Okay, he's going to use those brakes to try and stop it. He got that number 48 down pretty fast.
He did really good, I tell you. I didn't think he was going to be able to get it stopped that fast. That is awesome.
2 minutes, 22 seconds. That's pretty good.
New record time, 2 minutes, 22 seconds, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a new record. A new record. Mr. Eddie Sanchez, 2 minutes and 22 seconds. That's pretty good. And here comes the young phenom.
77.7 yards.
77.7. Nice.
Yep.
So,
all right, Miss
chasing
him.
him.
Let's see what she can do.
Chasing him comes 19-year-old Jaden Newman up to the line. Folks, we pick on Jaden a lot, but she's a very nice young lady, great to talk to, loves talking to young people interested in aviation, being a young person herself. You know, it really sets a great example for anybody who might want to get into aviation and think that they can't be flying corporate jets at 19 years old. Well, this young lady right here sits right seat in corporate jets, flies all over the world. But once again, like many of our airline pilots, where is she on the weekend? She's at ArkanSTOL.
Yep, doing just like everybody's doing, keeping that thing in ground effect. No need of popping it off the ground and wasting your energy.
Exactly. We're going to save that energy, turn it all into forward airspeed. Holy smoke, look at that.
Oh, man.
She got a hard slip. She's kind of kicking it out to the right. I wonder if that's a technique. I haven't seen anybody else kick it out that far right. She may have caught a wind.
I believe there's a little bit of wind right there. We'll see how fast she turns around. And, of course, we'll see her times because Eddie has definitely set the top number. So 2 minutes, 22 seconds, that's going to be a hard
Here she
number
comes
to beat.
around the corner, ladies and gentlemen. Jaden
already?
Newman. She got that wing up high. I know she had a turning burn there. She did pretty good.
She made up some time there for sure.
Yep. Yeah, we're going to have to talk to her later and find out if that kick out to the right. Don, we're going to have to find out if that kick out to the right was on purpose or where she caught a little bit of atmospheric conditions that made her do that.
I'm going to tell you, I think she caught a little bit of wind there. I haven't seen no one go that far out on the right.
You know, and that's one of the things about these competitions, folks. The course is not sterile. Nature gets a vote.
Yep, that's for sure. All right, let's see how fast she has to turn around here.
So if you were here last night, folks, you got to see a private screening of the video Limits. A great video that chronicles ArkanSTOL and how it started and that year that Jaden was here, and another one of our young people who are here, the Justices, and how being here at ArkanSTOL makes them better pilots, how they are better trained. You know, if you have Jaden sitting in the front seat of your corporate aircraft, you know you've got a pilot that has good stick and rudder skills and knows how to handle an aircraft. So I could very easily see a company hiring Jaden Newman as a corporate pilot. Now, I don't want to talk about what Don and I were doing when we were 19, but it wasn't anything nearly as responsible as flying a corporate jet around the world.
You know, like I say, definitely not that big responsibility, but here she comes. She's already slowing it down and getting ready. She definitely starts setting up a little quicker.
Yep.
She's looking to have that better landing distance. Boy, you see the wind bop her around right there, though?
I sure did. She's getting a little bit of look at that. Now she's gonna
wind is falling out from under her.
Ooh,
yeah.
Wind got her. Very good. Look
Oh,
at
yeah.
that. What a recovery. What a recovery. So she was coming in. The wind gave her problems, and she reacted and was still able to get a great stop.
All right,
How
what we got,
about
guys?
that? 2 minutes,
She was
40
2 minutes,
seconds.
40 seconds.
2 minutes, 40 seconds. Now, I want you to think the course record right now is 2 minutes and 22 seconds.
Only 18 seconds off of that.
18 seconds off, and she obviously had some problems with the wind.
What's the distance?
Down here at Traveler.
All right, the distance, folks. Ready for this one? 63.5 yards. Wow.
Amazing.
And that's a recovery from a serious condition right there.
Absolutely.
Wow.
And that's the difference, being able to make those adjustments and recover and still get a good score. That is amazing.
Wow. That's impressive.
All right, here comes Eddie, lining up. He's going to spool up that Highlander. Watch him when he comes off the line, folks. Boom, there he goes.
Looks like a NASCAR leaving the drag car leaving the takeoff line. I'm telling you, it's awesome.
If he got some big soft tires, I bet you it would wrinkle the tires.
Oh, yeah,
The amount of
definitely.
horsepower that was pulling forward on that thing.
wrinkle finish.
Look how low he's able to stay. I mean, he's not getting up at all. Slipping that thing into Traveler.
I haven't been watching down there.
You know, this year, all this is being recorded today, so look for it to come out online real soon, and you'll actually get to see overhead coverage. You've got all camera people all over the place. It should be
Here
an
comes Eddie
interesting
Sanchez.
video when they get through editing it and putting it out, so be looking for that. It's going to be pretty impressive.
Oh, here comes Eddie Sanchez coming around that corner, keeping it low, climbing slowly. Every last bit in it. And here comes Eddie Sanchez, slipping it in over the trees, coming down, getting all that energy out. He's going to cross the pylons. Looks like he's still trying to get some energy out. Still got a little bit of slip, but he is going to land it just past the line. Textbook landing. And here comes Jaden Newman to the line for her second run. Making that right pedal turn, coming in. Lining up in her Carbon Cub. Jaden is a veteran of many STOL
All right, I tell you
events.
what, Eddie, just kind of interrupt real quick. He was about 0.3 of a second slower that time, but he was just slightly shorter on his landing distance by 0.6, so about a foot or so.
So that'll add into the scores. Now here goes Jaden Newman again.
But that was pretty good. She had almost like a launch herself. Just
That
there.
was very good. Now, folks, you'll notice that Jaden picks that tail up before she goes. One of the techniques these pilots use is to get the aircraft pointed straight down in its flying position. Holy smoke, there
She's
she
doing
goes
the
off
same
to the
thing
right
again,
again.
so maybe that is what she's trying to do.
I think she might be trying to do that.
That's making her get a fast turnaround. I mean, she's already level off, getting ready to land before she goes out of sight.
Well, she doesn't need much to take off, so she doesn't have to go very far down Traveler at all.
No.
And so she's making her turnaround right now, which gives me a brief minute to say Jaden has, there she comes. Look at that. That was a quick turnaround, folks. Here she comes, keeping it straight, keeping it level, not bleeding off any energy. And away she goes with that wheel still turning from Traveler.
All right, folks, we got T-minus 10 minutes. We have a wonderful presentation about all you want to know about insurance, aircraft insurance, from Lima Bravo Insurance. T-minus 10 minutes. We'll be right here in the white tent sponsored by OPA. Come on by and see Lima Bravo Aviation. Oh, yeah, the beautiful Lee Blankenship.
You know, if you're going to learn about insurance, you may as well learn about it from somebody who's cuter than you.
Well, that doesn't say much about me and you.
Exactly.
But a lot of the folks out here, they're definitely a lot better than us, and she is one of them for sure. So go by and see her. Talk about insurance so that you can help yourself get a little bit better rates.
Lee's been dealing in insurance since 2015. Knows all about it. Any kind of questions you might have, you can go into the AOPA tent and just ask away. So back to Jaden Newman.
Yep.
So Jaden has flown at Sun and Fun.
Right.
Many STOL competitions.
Right.
All over. ArkanSTOL. Where else has she flown, Don?
She's done it in Oshkosh, and boy, she is toting the mail right now.
You can hear on the other side of the trees. You can hear it. Oh, she is
already
really
slowing down.
Around.
I'm going to tell you, that girl is something else.
She wants to win. That competitive spirit is a real thing.
All right, so she's got to clear the cones.
Okay,
All right,
2016, 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. She is a second and 3/10 behind Eddie Sanchez.
Wow, she had a little bit of a tailwind just then. Did you feel that?
I sure did.
Wow. All right, so she did 2:23, so she improved her time by 17 seconds.
Well, I think this
cow.
time, nature wasn't rooting against her.
Right.
She did a little better. She must have got right.
Now, she did lose a little bit with that tailwind on her distance. She was 63.5 in the last, and this one she just had was 100.6. So that hurt her a little bit right there, but oh, look who we have here.
Here comes the gift boxes.
Well, not just the kit boxes, but we have one of our other favorite competitors, and that's Cyrus Justice. All right, folks, we just heard some from the scorekeepers. Jaden now has the fastest clean run. The fastest clean run. You know, I don't know, but I can tell you that she smoked it out on that last one for sure. She did have a fail.
Well, that changes everything. Folks, scorekeepers up here letting us know that there was a foul of driftwood to Mr. Eddie Sanchez, which affects his time. And considering that Jason was 3 seconds and 3/10 of a second behind Eddie Sanchez, this changes the whole play.
Oh, it's amazing, I tell you. But, all right, so now we have our
kit box.
Oh, yeah, kit box, man. So that's Kenneth Powell, just took off. Should have been Kenneth Powell.
Followed by Jared Justice.
Jared Justice, and both of them, all the kit box 4s. Now, Jared's got those flames on the side of the airplane. He claims, I don't know. He claims it makes them faster. I don't know. Well, yeah, it makes me feel good. And, you know, you hear all this flapping going to our left. He has brought his own, fan club.
Why not?
Well, it's great. I mean, we talked to the president of the fan club earlier, and just talking about how proud he was of him, and it's just awesome to see that support out here at ArkanSTOL.
Okay.
You don't bring a fan club everywhere you go, though?
The only fan club I have is my wife, and then the only reason she's my fan club is because we're married.
And here comes Al coming around the corner in his skip box four. He's rising up a little bit higher.
A little higher, yeah.
I think that's probably going to hurt him inside. Get airplanes that you can build. And Chris will help you with it. Stolen aircraft will help you with it.
Right.
If you find yourself getting stuck. You know, it's funny, I was asked, Greg, how did you build a carbon code that you have in here?
What do you say?
He said it was the pandemic. He said, all this time,
There you go. That answered that question right there.
It's all about fun.
It is.
These guys have a really good time with these airplanes.
Hey, fan club, how old is Jared now? Tell me. 21 now? 21 years old. See, now he's going to play the deal. Right. I'm going to tell you this Tailwind is going to be a game changer. There's no doubt about it, because we've gone from a little bit of a headwind now to at least, I'm thinking that's probably 7, 8 mile an hour to 10 mile an hour gusts on the Tailwind.
That's right. Here comes Kenneth, nice and high. It's slipping it in, trying to lead some of that energy off.
Yeah, because they've got no flaps, so they have to slip it.
Looking still pretty good, too. Got a lot of that energy out.
I tell you, with the Tailwind, that's pretty impressive right there. No flaps.
Not no scratches. Come on.
No, they tripped it good.
Tripped the trap.
Yeah, that's a tough break on that landing distance, but
Looks
you
like
know,
it's a 3-minute even time. Not bad. Well, we get a distance as Jerry moves up in place. You know, if you don't know, Jerry's also a hands down really good radio player.
man, yeah, better than our boy from Air Texas, Robbie.
You know what? Robbie has his skills, but that Jerry's got it.
Yep.
Just an outstanding, and plays a lot of other instruments too. That holds just as badly as especially when they play together. Really, it's one of my favorite parts about coming to one of these things is music.
You have the fastest green guard. So is mine, am I beating Eddie right now? Yeah, because Eddie.
We
So
don't know.
Well, I don't know.
Hold on, there's a twist.
I don't know
It's
about the
unofficial, but yeah. It's not official, but yes.
It's
not official.
No.
Hey.
You don't know that timeline.
You're only 3 3/3 of a second behind her and you had a scratch. You got a foul. Hold on, let's stand between us real quick. But we're gonna get Jared off. And we're gonna talk about the wind.
Once we get him down to traveling and back, we're going to talk with Ms. Jamie Newman, who's standing right here behind us, about her run. She's very excited. Obviously, she did real well. Look at Jared, all pro, even in low. Holy cow, what a slip.
I tell you one thing, man, it's hard to contain the excitement that's right here at the announcer stand right now. Jaden is up here running around, high-fiving all kind of stuff, and like I said, she's to say a little excited, so I think we should give her a round of applause right now for Miss Jaden Newman. So, all right.
And here comes Jared Justice coming around the corner, keeping it low. That's good.
You see, that was a smooth turn.
Very
Smooth.
He's saving all his energy for
Right.
speed. Slowly rising up.
No, girl. Come back.
Okay.
We lost her.
We lost her.
The quickly, we've got insurance coming up real second with Lima Bravo Aviation Insurance. Lima Bravo, come on here real quick. Lima Bravo, they're doing any information you want to know about insurance, aircraft insurance, starting in just a mere moment. Come on over here. Listen to somebody that knows all the ins and outs about aviation insurance. Right here in the AOPA tent, right behind us, the white tent.
So in just a second, folks, if you look to your left, Cyrus Justice is probably already in his turn at the airport. Oh no, we just heard that Jared took a foul at drift. In other words,
On his departure, yeah.
He broke the beam on one of the towers, but he's fine.
All right,
Here
well,
he comes in. Oh, he's high. He is so high. He's coming in trying to bleed some of that energy off. Slipping. Get it down, Jared. Get it down. Now, of course, he's got a little bit of a tailwind. He probably won't be very happy with this tomorrow.
I'm going to tell you, that wind, and that's what we want to talk to Miss Jane about.
That's what we want to talk about the wind. Okay, she's all excited to be running around with it, folks. We're going to let her catch breath for just a second.
I tell you, when we were watching you come in on that first one, that wind, the wind threw you for a loop, but I tell you, when you stopped, you kicked some butt there, did that pilot stuff.
So Kenneth Howell is lining up in his kit box for folks. One of the things I really like about these kit boxes are the clear doors. So if you want to buy a plane where you can fly around and see, this is a kit plane.
All right, Jared getting his applause from his fan club right there. He got dealt a bad hand on that wind, and I tell you, there's just nothing you can do about it, guys. There's nothing you can do about it. Looks like the wind has switched around again now. We may have a little bit of a headwind, so this next one's left to be good. So, all right, well, Jaden, you got your breath back, girl? Almost? All right, one of the things we were talking about just now was Jared. He had the wind kind of switched around on him. And if you notice on that first landing, Jaden, just walk us through what you had to do to recover from that wind. Because it looked like you just switched from a headwind to a tailwind, and you just dropped.
I don't know, I was
Just on takeoff, yeah. On the landings. Yeah,
well, when
they do the pass back, they're like
yeah, give it the power because
when they're like
it
dead
fell out
on
from
the run.
underneath you, and then it looked like it shifted to a tailwind. But I mean, you handled it like a pro, and you come in, you had one of your shortest landings. I mean, but again, just like you're talking about, you just had to do that pilot stuff, didn't you?
Yeah, the wind was pretty all over the place. And then I was just watching the wind stop, but it's harder to be outside all the thermals. You never know what they're going to do, so you just have to be aware when you're coming in, and that's what I was doing, and I felt the drop out underneath me, and feel like taking power and it works.
Oh, you did awesome, I tell you. When you got actually landed, everybody gave you a big applause, and we definitely appreciate what you're doing out here. Thank you very much. And like I said, the young people out here, if you want to come up and maybe get a picture with Jaden and talk about aviation and how you could get one of your young people in aviation, I'm sure she'd be happy to talk to about it. But right now, she's so excited, I don't think she can stand still. She's rubbing her hands together. And do you want to say anything else to the crowd? Nope, she don't want to say. All right, Jaden, thank you very much for your time. Get out of here, girl. Go relax.
So Kenneth Howell had a really good turn coming out of Traveler. He's keeping it nice and low. Now he's over at Driftwood. We'll be waiting for him to come back in. Now, folks, we've been asked, I've been asked by two people now. You'll see a Cessna 172 circling above. That is the camera plane. It is supposed to be there. It's part of the traffic pattern. Everybody knows it's there. here comes Kenny. Ooh, he's high. Coming in way high. He's going to have ice. So we'll him up to get down in here. Get down. There he goes.
He's almost got the engine shut off. I think he does.
Oh, and well, dead stick landing.
I think he did that on purpose.
How about a dead stick landing? Very good.
He would do. Oh yeah, well, he was going fishing. He's got because he did that on purpose.
I do think he did that on purpose.
On purpose, yeah. Yeah.
And he's always got his ready back up. All right, here comes Jared to the line. We have the Jared fan club out here today. I think we do. The Jared Justice fan club. How can you not be a fan of Jared Justice? What a great young man. What a talented, great young man with a great family up here about to show us what he can do. He is probably going to have figured some things out from this run to the next run. A lot of these pilots, some of the best pilots in the world, they make one run and then they'll make some adjustments and the time will come down. And it's not the distances will come down and we expect no less out of Jared. Let's see what happens.
Now, do you get a better lineup on it?
Okay, but she was 3.3 seconds behind before Yeah, there we go. We're going to share it, Justin. Keeping it low. Yeah. Keeping it fast. Yeah. Probably do this left slip. Boom. There it goes. Turn it in. Ladies and gentlemen, this is
Just the number right now. There's no score. There's no score.
That's the way she likes it. The plane popping up, going into travel. And here comes Cyrus Justice around the corner.
Yep, another smooth turn.
She says that's the way she likes to do it, and she's 3.3 seconds. Everybody else is starting to do that.
Well, and the thing is, what's more impressive is the airplane she's flying. You know, it's an early Department Cup. This is not a high-performance airplane to speak of at all. It's amazing what she can do with that airplane. I can't wait for her to be on our team next year. She's already on our team, but we're going to have a brand new airplane for her, and it's going to be awesome to see what she can do with a competition airplane.
That is going to be, an overnight game stuff?
I don't know if we'll make games. It's going to be kind of tight on that, but our whole idea is to be ready for Sunday fun next year.
Well, 1 week before Sunday fun is small stall.
We're going to try our best. We'd love to be a small stall for sure. And I know we're going to plan a circuit for next year, and so we'll see how things go for sure on that.
March 18th, that's we specifically chose that weekend, right before Sunday fun.
What's like
a week break between our event and Sunday fun, so that they could, folks like yourself, aircraft manufacturers could come down, show out at the swap stall, and then have 1 week break.
Oh man, look at this.
Lower, let it in. See, make those corrections.
Well, the wind is definitely in his favor. He should turn in a good number this time.
Look at that. There's more energy up there. There he goes. There's that stuff.
No power, no power, no power.
Boom.
Oh yeah, come on. Oh yeah. Yeah, buddy. Look at him working that elevator, guys.
Standing.
Woo! All right, guys, come on, give some a noise.
Look at that. 32 seconds. That's a great time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's wait and see what he's got for distance.
All right, 2 minutes, 32 seconds. Oh, and 63.2 on the distance. Way to go.
Very good. 63.2. Cyrus Justice predicted, he went up, felt the course out, he made his corrections, improved his time.
Awesome, I tell you. Congratulations. Yeah, he beat James' landing by just fractions, but I tell you, that was awesome.
It all goes into the equation.
That's right. So now we
seconds slower on time, so what counts for what?
All right, so we got 2 more kit boxes coming up right here. That would be Wayne Smith in the kit box number 72. And coming up after him would be Mr. Paul O'Neill. Paul O'Neill, also flying a kit box. And I believe his kit box, Paul has got that 0200, modified 0200 engine, Continental, not the on deck like everybody else is flying.
This guy is out there flying competition, and on the weekend, here he is at ArkanSTOL in a kit box, beating up the goal.
Awesome, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, man.
All right, here it comes back around. Look at that nice, smooth, coming out of gravel.
Not trying to lose any energy in that third.
Absolutely not. Keep your little ball with it. Man, it looks like this block is a big spot on that thing.
Does he have that 2 prop on there? Whirlwind. Okay. I tell you, we've turned in some monster times in the last couple of rounds here. I mean, absolutely wonderful time. Jared, Eddie, Jaden, just absolutely awesome time.
Really good pilot. So Wayne Smith, like the Mercury rated pilot, and then flying in this set with him, Mr. Paul O'Neill, the other almost 5,000 hour pilot, who's an airline pilot. He has an ATP. But on the weekend, when they're doing what they want to do, they're in kit boxes flying in ArkanSTOL right here in Arkansas. How about that?
Well, you know,
anything you want to do, you can fly a jet all the way around the world, and then they have a coach, they're not in kit boxes.
Well, why would you want to come right here? You know, this is such a wonderful place right here, nestled in the Ozark Mountains, Birds Adventure Center. Man, if I could be here every weekend, this is where I'd be.
I tell you, it's just a gorgeous place, a gorgeous game.
Oh yeah, no doubt about that. I tell you. Here at ArkanSTOL 2022, you can't get much better than this, but they're going to try next year, 2023.
Well, here comes Wayne. Wayne's hot.
Yeah, I put a little hard turn there. That wind, I think, got him when he come around through there. Oh, that wind is fighting it, though. Nope. I tell you, man, it's one of those things difficult to do. That was an awesome attempt on this weather, this wind. Oh, he was fighting it off the wind, just tell that. Okay, so now we got Paul O'Neill, number 47. Yeah, I tell you what, gives you the best of both worlds as far as being able to get somewhere fast and or tune in for the conditions that you're in. And that's a huge deal when you're doing this backcountry flying like these guys are doing. Now they can adjust that prop, fine tune it, and really get the performance out of that engine.
And once again, this is an ATP, ATP significance. Could be doing anything if you're really flying something around the world. By the way, this is a
guys talking back and forth, the air boss and all the different people over there, the different driftwood and traveler, giving these pilots the conditions that they're fixing to go into. It's really nice to see such an organized event here, all the way from top to bottom.
You know, I hate to say this, I've seen a lot of ailerons in the I've seen a lot of ailerons in the already, but I can't help but wonder if he's worried about passing the punch.
Oh,
Can you train that out?
I don't know. I don't know. Oh yeah, you want to be smooth, you don't want to jerk them around. Well, they just don't know anybody. They have not had that stick and rudder experience like these guys have. And oh, look at that nice smooth turn, driving slow, nice. I tell you, one of the things folks do, you need to make sure, like I say, we go around and we thank all the sponsors that we talked about today. They got tents over here. Some of them got little trinkets, memorabilia for you to buy. You got a chance to pick up some of that. And it's also our own ArkanSTOL tent over there. We've got ArkanSTOL memorabilia, t-shirts, we've got hats, all kinds of different things. Make sure you go by there and see those fine folks over there. Support the ArkanSTOL event. By purchasing some of that. Stole. I tell you, it's hard for me to do that. I can't get my tongue to around there.
So you know one thing about Paulo, about Paulo.
You got those men and women out there, young boys, young women, young men, and they stand in the gap every day. And when the Wolf Star talent, they're the ones that run out and say, I want to shoot that. Wow. Man, well, I tell you, like Jake just a while ago, same thing, she had that wind fall right out from my head. That is, man. I tell you, it's just really amazing the recoveries and how these guys, the girls are doing out here. It's pretty cool, but But again, I give a lot of credit to these new younger pilots out here. Us older guys, we're just really having fun. But really the younger ones are the ones that are going to be replacing us. And when they come around, make sure everybody cheers them on. We got one of the other Justice brothers coming around. We can come around. Here comes one step. Come around here. Nice smooth turn. Go bobble. Bring down. Looking good. Kind of reminds me of a song, you know? Slow down. Take it. All right. I won't sing anymore, I promise. Well, maybe not. You know, people can bribe me to not sing anymore. Yeah. Well, anything with no talent, I can do. I got it. Matt, we just about had something kind of shocking.
That's it. That's it?
Yeah, they were recording it.
I gave the spare to Alex.
I'll tell you, that
The one's dead.
but you know what? So that
I gave the dead to him. Yeah, the two you gave me is the second one. And then you gave me the two. I'm good.
All right, so let's see where he's at. Should be coming in a second now. Coming back up line
I
here.
can bring you another one. Okay. I put him in that jacket pocket.
In that kit box. All right, we're watching what the scorekeepers do. You know, we've got two lovely ladies here that do scorekeeping for us today, and you guys did a fine job. What's your name? All right, so there's our scorekeepers up here taking care of business, and man, they are busy.
Okay. It's right here.
Yeah, they got it. All right, here you go. Get ready for that. Did good there. Don't give the gas. Don't give the gas. Oh, he landed way before that. That's awesome. That's going to be a good score.
That's going to be a great score.
Absolutely.
248 seconds. Very respectable time.
He definitely he improved his time from last time too. He went from a 254 to a 248.
Everything is working out.
Not only did he get better on his time, he also got better on his distance. He bettered his distance by 7 feet, down by yards, 67 yards on this one, 74 on the last one.
That's what you're going to see out here. Outstanding pilot as they learn the course.
All right, let's look at Paul's last times. Looks like he was 3 minutes, 0.7, 30, so we'll see what his distance was, 112. All right, so we'll see. You should be able to improve on that as long as the conditions stay normal. Make that smooth turn and a slow rise up into the tree. Last time, but that he's already getting back on the fire system. Below 200 fire. Continental engine in that thing looks probably right at 100 or 110 horsepower.
Exactly. 100 horsepower.
I tell you, you know, have we seen Redbeard yet? Redbeard, talking about lack of power, Redbeard is going to be a Tailorcraft, and Redbeard is going to be another impressive airplane. You know, it's a 1940s airplane, and it's only got 65 horsepower. Arkansas.
Yeah, but think about that, brother. They built that thing right after the race.
Right.
Ready day pilots who got the flying club so it's gone to
Yeah, they were $400-$500. That's all they cost. I mean, the engine was the most expensive thing, and it was a little over $100 for the engine at that time frame. Now we're spending $30,000 for an engine.
$30,000 for it.
Right.
Here he comes. Follow him.
That's a nice turn.
That's a very nice turn. He's got a lot of energy out of that aircraft. He's doing very good. He is going to clear those pylons.
Oh, no. He hit the power.
Oh,
Did you trim the timer?
I really need that.
I think he got the timer, so we're good there.
He's 2 minutes 54 seconds on the
He's
timer.
not going to improve on that flight, I don't think.
No, and that little burst of power there at the end is going to extend his landing.
Yeah, they didn't mark off those 2 guys. They didn't mark off Paul O'Neill. They had him listed twice for whatever reason.
So it's Virgil that just took off?
Virgil was number 5 here. He just announced it too. He was in there. 15.
Virgil loaded?
No. All right, I'll tell you what, folks, we've got Cyrus Justice has already flown, but coming up real soon is going to be his brother. And, you know, it's kind of neat. He's going to be flying that Chief. He's going to be flying a Chief, and Cyrus is the younger brother. And yesterday we were talking about it. I really think that his younger brother Cyrus kind of threw the contest. You know, really trying to make his brother feel better. I don't know.
You know, fan club sitting over here, so we're going to have to see who's the favorite justice.
Right, you know, we did that yesterday, and Cyrus won, or was really close. We decided today that we would try it again. And the fan club, you guys need to go out and talk to the other attendees down here on beside you, the fans. Get them involved and try to talk them into cheering for either Jared or Cyrus. You know, so if you want to make sure that your favorite Justice brother wins, you better go down the line and kind of talk to them, get them ready to clap.
I know.
You look prettier with sunglasses on.
I can see it. So I guess
Yeah.
Is that mine? That should be sitting. Yeah.
You know what? I bet it's because I was running down there. All right, we'll kind of wait for Virgil to come around the corner here. We'll see what kind of time he has on his first run. So far, no penalties for him. All right, looking good.
Here comes Virgil.
All right, now he's swinging really wide. He is going to slip that thing in there. That Rand's S7, he's definitely, man, he's doing something different. He's slipping in the opposite direction of everybody. Okay, he's kind of high. He's making sure. But look at get that thing down there.
Oh, up. Right on the spot, right
That
on the
was
line.
impressive. Very impressive. I mean, he held that tail off and kept those brakes on. Very nice.
Virgil's flying in that Ran 70s, 95 horsepower, 912.
Yeah.
behind us, I didn't see this guy. We have Robbie Stanton with AirTech Covering Systems. AirTech. You know what? They make paint fly. Don't you make paint fly, Robbie?
What's the name of it?
That's AirTech. Come on, Robbie. Come up here and talk to us. Tell us a little bit. We've been bringing a lot of the sponsors up here. Tell us what's doing in the future and what's been going on with AirTech Covering.
Appreciate it. Good to be here today. There's not anything really new, but we constantly keep an eye out for any new innovations with paint. And naturally there is some, but as we all know, these are airplanes, and we have to do stuff in accordance with FAA, so that's kind of a time process. But our main goal is to work with everybody so that the plane looks nice and they're happy.
I tell you, that's one thing we love at Painter Aircraft is the relationship we built with Robbie over at AirTech Covering, AirTech Coating. The product is just easy to use, unbelievable in durability, and we appreciate you sponsoring ArkanSTOL, Robbie.
Brent Womack's coming back around his Rand's S20 Raven. He's flying the 912 ULS, 114 horsepower. He's made a few modifications to his wings and fuselage. Always in search of weight reduction, aren't we all?
We are, I tell you. And he really made a nice turn right there, real smooth, so I look for him to have a good time. We'll see. I bet he's under 3 minutes on that time.
He's using the Kia prop, and I'm not familiar with Kia prop.
No, I'm not either, that's for sure.
We've seen some Duke props today.
Yeah, we've seen Whirlwind, Duke, we've seen all kinds of different props out there.
You know, you see it. You see a lot of these Rotex engines. They use that Edge Performance kit on them to give them a little more horsepower. Also,
right.
It's a big bore kit. Stoll Creek Aviation. Yes.
Stoll Creek Aviation. Appreciate them. All right, we should be getting a report on whether or not he's done well over here at Driftwood. Here in just a moment, we'll wait for that.
They are. Awesome. They're on it. They're double checking each other all day long.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm telling you right now. And these competitors have been coming up, taking pictures of everything. What they don't understand, though, is all this has to be crushed through the computer first. So all of these numbers don't mean nothing until it goes to the computer.
There comes Brent.
You never see the modifications on those wings.
This last little while, they've been getting some crosswind. Boy, he brought it in. Oh, nice
yep.
job.
Yep, very good.
Brent's a 14,000-hour pilot. Grew up in Aspen, Colorado. Downhill skier. He likes to go fast.
Oh, he's going to be happy with that. He got 232 on the time and 73.1 yards. He's going to be very happy with that score.
That's going to work out nicely for him.
Oh, yeah, I definitely think so for sure.
So what's the best track time we've got so far without any penalties?
Oh, that would be Jake Newman so far. He has the best non-penalty time. The cleanest run so far is Jake. 19-year-old Newman.
I guess I'm going to have to vouch her again tonight, aren't I?
Oh, I'm telling you, man. Yeah. You know what I hear playing in the background? We need to kill that music over there, you know?
The banjo?
That sounds like our Earl Scrubs there almost. All right, hang on a second, folks. I hate to turn the music off. You'll only have us to listen.
So folks, at 4 o'clock, Jeff Birch, our NASA pilot, is going to speak in the white tent. And I tell you, what a treat I can probably comfortably say that nobody has done what Jeff has done on this vehicle.
Unbelievable, yeah. You need to go check that out. It's going to be somewhere around 4 o'clock. It may change depending on what the last flight of the day is here. But right now it's scheduled for launch at 4 o'clock. Launch at 4 o'clock. We'll keep you updated on that launch time if it changes up or down a little bit. Right now it's T-minus 56 minutes. T-minus 56 minutes.
Wait for Virgil to come back and visit us. There he comes. He's staying consistent. These guys are just getting a little bit of a gust of the crosswind as they're coming in. Look at him flutter right there. It's just, man, that's some quick change up he's got to do. Oh, he almost landed at the same time as last time.
Right, and he definitely clipped the timer so he's get on that. All right, so he shaved about 3 seconds off from his last time, though, so that was pretty good. It's 3:07 out of 3:10 on the last go around.
Driftwood, please confirm arrival was a pass. Driftwood arrival, pass. Driftwood departure, pass.
Brent Womack up for his second run of the day.
Yeah, it looks like he's modified the door. It looks like it's even bigger than normal, doesn't it?
Those guys have a hard time seeing over with that profile of an airplane, seeing over the hood. So
right.
I bet that's a big help where you can see the ground, from inside the cabin.
Now that spinner on that thing kind of swirling around. If you were to stand in front of that, I think it would mesmerize you. Yeah.
Rans S20. What was Brent's last time there, Don?
Let me take a look at his last time. He had a 232 and with that 73 yards.
That was a nice performance. So he's going to have to work it a little harder to bring some time off here.
Yeah, I think so. This will definitely. But he's got it in the books. He knows he's got a good number. So he may try to push it as much as he can. So let's see what he does. Well, he's already turned around, coming back down the runway.
That's got to be faster.
Oh yeah, he got to be a very smooth turn after coming around. Also, he didn't lose any of that energy. Had a good line.
Oh, Don, I'm seeing a magenta airplane. Magenta.
You know what I see though? We have ourselves we have a aircraft flown by the pirate known as Redbeard.
Oh, Redbeard.
Yeah, or no, that's a pilot, not pirate.
Redbeard shared some photos with me on his landing from, was that Thursday practice?
Thursday when he tried to take the landing gear out from under him?
Yeah.
He stress tested those bad boys.
He was testing his bungees and his tires from the look at it.
And his seat.
Yeah.
Maybe his pants too.
His pants, yeah, because he definitely, that was a shocking one for sure. But no, we have the Harold Pratt that doesn't that go right? Yeah. But it's sold right here by a dealer in Arkansas, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, I love it, man. Arkansas, baby.
Beautiful airplane.
So anyway, so we got a Magenta new airplane with 100 horsepower, 100-some horsepower.
Yeah, it cruises 100 miles an hour, and
you know that thing has a service ceiling like 16,000 feet, if I remember right.
Really?
Yeah, unbelievable. They've set records with that airplane. Some competitors have. It's pretty amazing. And then here right now we got a 1946 Tailwind.
That's nice. It's going to give us a slip.
Not quite as good as the last one, but it's definitely very, very nice. I think you'll still be happy with it.
Announcer side, we had a timer failure. He's going to get to run again.
Oh, we had a timer failure, so he'll get to do that one over. I think he'll be happy about that. All right, so we're going to bring him back around, put him on the line, and I think Jack, is that Jack over there doing the launching? Is that Jack? Jack, give us a wave if that's you over there. I don't think so.
I think Vanna's somewhere else.
Vanna somewhere else? Okay. You know, I talked to some of the competitors, and you know, they run their fuel a little bit lower to try to keep that weight down as well. But most of them have a pretty good safety margin, and they don't have to worry about running out if they have to make that next run. You know, if it's a fault run. That engine probably only used maybe a gallon of fuel in the last run anyway. What do you think? Maybe even half a gallon?
Even that.
Yeah. Very, very fuel efficient for that motor.
I think the Rotex engine runs, what, 5 gallons an hour or something?
I think it's left. Depends on the power setting.
Yeah. Oh, we got our own fan club here. We got Joe Edwards.
Yeah. Hey, Joe. What's up, big guy?
Good, being a great spectator here.
Being a
great spectator.
All your work got done the last 6 months here, and now you're finally enjoying the day off, right? Yeah. I tell you what, folks, we got one of the founding members over here, Joe Edwards, and really nice to have him come over and check things out. And
I don't know about you, Don, but that sounded faster for some reason.
well, I don't know. You have a little time. I think a little higher than he is. We'll see.
Well,
Yeah.
we'll see.
You know, like we was talking about, when you gotta drop altitude, you gotta trade that off somehow or another. It's usually forward speed.
So we're getting a lot more tailwind. It's definitely going to mess with the performance on landing.
Right. Yeah. Been switching back and forth. We had one in tailwind, and now we got a pretty significant tailwind. What do you think we're at? Probably about 8, 9, 10 miles an hour.
It sure looks like it.
Right.
Yeah. Our wind meter behind us says clearly 11.
Wind meter or wind back?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, I tell you what, these competitors, I love them, don't you?
You know, everybody around here's got something to say. We're the
Yeah, we don't have to listen. All right, I love it.
Some things get lost in, what do you call that, interpolation?
Interpolation?
Yeah.
Now, I tell you what, we really value all the input. We've been getting a lot this weekend, a lot of help from different people. And
I hear that S20 roaring in here.
All right. That's help. That's a mean one right there.
Oh, saved it.
Oh, no.
No, darn it.
I'm interested in what he's going to do here. That's called pilot decision-making skills, folks.
Yeah.
When you got that kind of tailwind that's pushing you, you just don't make it. You can go ahead and head out.
Thanks, Danny. Not gonna move on.
First person to miss the runway.
He said,
Have y'all received the hamburguesa?
I love it. We have had so much freaking fun up here, boys. Y'all just don't know it. At y'all's expenses.
Oh, we're charming. No, we're
Charming. That's another word. I'm not sure I would use, but okay.
Hey, we're going to get another try here.
I hope he does.
I'm not sure he's worried about the cones this time. Just get that airplane on the ground. Oh, very nice, very nice.
Hey, Kayla here, and I am so excited to announce the 2023 AOPA Sweepstakes aircraft, this 1953 Cessna 170B. Over the next year, AOPA will turn this stock 170 into a fire-breathing backcountry beast. The airplane will undergo an engine upgrade from 145 to 180 horsepower. But of course, no backcountry airplane would be complete without a set of big backcountry tires. The panel and interior are in pretty decent shape, but when we're done with it, everything you see will be brand new. The current exterior is pretty nice, but don't fall in love with it because this time next year, you won't recognize it with a brand new paint job. If you could see the 170 fitting into your flying adventures, you'll want to check her out in person. Over the course of the next year, we'll be flying her all over the country, so make sure to stay tuned.
All right, we have our magenta. That's magenta, you know that, right?
Yeah, I heard that.
That is not pink. That's not purple. That is magenta.
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 What a cool looking airplane though.
It really is, I'm gonna tell you. Oh, the crowd behind us, folks, is amazing. But the one you're gonna want to watch is this guy coming up. This is Redbeard.
Oh, Redbeard!
Yeah,
hey, Redbeard, wave at the crowd. There we go. We got a thumbs up from Redbeard. Arr, arr, arr. I actually found out Redbeard knew those guys about the C-130 like.
Really?
Yeah.
I tell you what, him being a local guy, I won't be surprised, but you know, seeing him do some pilot stuff with this Tailwind and that airplane, there's no flaps. You know that? No flaps on that airplane.
Yeah, no brakes. And look, and the old adage goes, look, mom, no hands. There will be no telling what Redbeard will do.
Dennis Long in his Aeroprac. If you're interested in Aeroprac, you can buy one of those right here. Dennis will take care of you.
Right here behind us. Come over and see that magenta airplane when he comes back in. When he gets through with his 2 rounds here.
Cameron and I flew back from Sun and Fun with him one year, and I want to say he cruised right along with the Carbon Cubs.
Right.
And, you know, we were doing about 104 mile an hour, and just delightful airplane. Good situational awareness in it. Very nice flying bird.
Right.
In fact, Vanna Jack flew one of them back. He had 2 of them. Vanna flew one back.
Vanna, Jack. I didn't know Jack could fly.
I didn't either.
Is that what he calls it anyway, flying?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Folks, we're talking about Jack Klein. He's one of the guys that's been here since day one at ArkanSTOL. We kid with him a lot and everything, and but he is really an outstanding pilot.
Well, the thing Jack's got, he's got a beautiful wife and daughter, Debbie
True.
and Christina, and so
True.
that makes up for a lot of his
issues.
He
married up, as we would call it.
Yes.
All right, so the Aeroprac is doing a nice smooth turn right here. Going to set up to go into Driftwood. Don't you feel like you're almost becoming a NASCAR announcer?
We go fast, Ricky Bobby.
Ricky Bobby. Hey, if you're not first, you're last. You know what I'm saying? Second place, just the first loser.
Ah, hell, Ricky, I was high on Colombian Bam Bam when I told you that.
No. He didn't just go there. Yep. All right, there. Old Practice got a good landing, got a good pass on that. We'll get ready to see how he does on his takeoff, and then he'll be back around to do his landing, and then we get old Redbeard. Arr. You know, I tell you, folks, this engine in this airplane is only 65 horsepower. Everybody out here has more power, and flaps. Most everybody has flaps, and most everybody flying airplanes out here has at least 20 years on this airplane. And you know one thing, Greg? I don't think he's going to be last. He's not going to be last.
He won't be.
No. Last year when he flew, you and I had a bet. He was flying against an airplane that had 120 horsepower, and he kicked his butt.
Here comes Dennis.
Nice approach. The winds are a little bit better, thank goodness. He's still having to do that pilot stuff. I believe he tripped it. Yeah, looks like the timer tripped. All right, so he had a landing distance of 251 and a time of 311. And considering the conditions, that's very respectable for sure. I bet he's going to improve on that on the next time. What do you think, Greg? Oh, I caught you while you had, you had some of them. What is that? Sweet and salty mixed fruit.
Yeah, little M&Ms and
They're taking care of us up here.
Yeah,
Are they not?
they are.
I mean, the talented people here really have to be taken care of. I mean, we've got water when we need it. We got all kind of vegetables. You know, we got hot dogs, hamburgers.
Okay, everybody needs to pay attention to old Redbeard here.
Number 18, Redbeard.
This is raw aviation here.
This is what the young pilots that come back after World War II would be flying. You know what's funny is Redbeard's about as the age of some of those pilots that come back from World War II. You know what I mean?
He sports that beard really well, though.
He does. Yeah. I'm telling you, he earned his name, Redbeard. Oh, look at this turn. All right, you other competitors, y'all need to see how that turn's done. That's how you do it down there, okay, when you go to Traveler.
That's what's fun about from this eyesight here. You can just see that nice glide in to the landing.
Oh, yeah, beautiful turn right there. All right, folks, I'm going to ask you real quick, what y'all thinking so far about ArkanSTOL 2022? Come on, give me some noise. Hey, hey, hey. All right, thank you, crowd. Appreciate you very much. All one or two of you that clap, thank you. All right, here's Redbeard. He's got those whopping 65 horsepower coming down the line. He's got a gentle rise, and the only reason he's got a gentle rise is because he's got no power to go any faster or any higher. I bet he's doing every bit of about 45 miles an hour there.
So have we gotten any report what the winds are doing over at Driftwood?
No, I have not. Would you ladies find out how the winds are at Driftwood? Are they a tailwind or a headwind?
Because earlier they were a headwind going in and tailwind going out, so obviously.
All right.
I was talking to Robbie over there about taking the Husky in there, and he had a little bit of problem he had a scratch on that over that pylon because he had a tailwind pushing him out of there. So
yeah, not good right there, for sure. Hey, look who we got over here just rolled up behind us. We have got the young, famous 21-year-old Cyrus Justice. Hey, Jared, how you doing, buddy? Have you give your brother any pointers at all today? He gave him some tips to help his own brother beat him.
But did you give him the right tips? Fly safer. All right.
That's what an older brother.
That's a good brother right there.
Older brother's supposed to do for a younger brother. Make him fly safer.
So you think he can beat you? Okay.
Good deal, good
I
deal.
like it.
So the only thing your younger brother's going to beat you to is the snack bar. The snack bar. That's the only thing he's going to beat you to. I don't know. We're going to find out. We're going to have a fan appreciation clap off between you and your brother. We're going to determine who is the official winner of the favorite Justice brother. Redbeard should be back in about an hour. Oh, there he comes. All right, so now we've got a little headwind, so that definitely helps Redbeard.
Yeah, he's probably going to get it on these recordings and see what we
Are
say
y'all?
about
Are
it.
you guys ready to clap for Redbeard, guys? Because I'm going to tell you, this is impressive. This is
that
impressive.
Beautiful.
Wow! Woo-hoo! And we just found out that his brakes are kind of fading, and that's even more impressive. You know, that's one thing when we talk about airplanes and stuff like that, just like Redbeard. You know, those are normal brakes on that airplane. But as far as trying to stop short, what we're talking about is, you know, they just weren't made for stopping short. To stop as soon as he does is really impressive. But, you know, it's not like he doesn't have brakes. He just has original brakes. All right, here we go. The Aeroprac going again. That magenta Aeroprac. That's Redbeard. Did he quit? Yeah. I don't blame him. He made a score. Who cares? Well. All right, so Redbeard's time, guys, I'm going to tell you, was 3:44, and for that airplane is outstanding. We're talking just under 4 minutes to do this whole entire course, 65 horsepower engine, you know, doing all over these obstacles. Again, give a big hand to Redbeard, 3:44. I agree with you. I think that's a good one. All right, and I tell you what, he really did good on that Aeroprac. He's going to get some better time because he kept his altitude down. He gained a little bit then, but I think he did that to kind of try to lose a little speed. So we'll see what he's got. Man, we got that Zlin Savage Norton airplane just cranked up beside us. Scared me to death, but I can't wait to see it fly in the event. All right, if you look high in the sky, folks, we've got the eye in the sky. We've got our 172 flying around, doing all the aerial photography for us, videotaping everything. And then we got footage right in front of me and Greg right here. We got a camera guy right here in front of us. What's your name, cameraman? Kelton? Yep. All right, Kelton, thank you very much. He is tirelessly He's tirelessly videoing all these landings. I think I hear that aeroprac coming back.
I saw a radar 1 flying out, so he should be here in just a second.
Oh,
there he is.
Now the flag over there is pretty much dead. We'll see what happens in just a second. This should be an interesting landing for sure. He's a little bit high, but he managed it well a while ago. Let's see what he does. Yeah, he took the tower, but he's not going to be happy with that landing on the distance. Let's see what his time is, though. All right, 3:16. Well, you know, he was about 5 seconds slower on that. Must have had a little trouble on the turnaround over there at Driftwood. So we'll see what his distance is on his landing.
I really enjoyed this airplane yesterday. It's you know, we talked about this airplane earlier, but
what's the name? How do you call it?
The Nordhaven.
Norhaven.
Norhaven.
Norden. You know, he had a little bit of battery trouble earlier and got that battery charged up. He left his master on, but because he's got those electric leading edge slats. You see those things come in and out? Got like a little gear train with a tube that runs all the way down through there, works off of a motor. That is really cool how he can retract and extend those flaps or slats.
You know, when we looked that airplane over, the fit and finish and everything that goes in that airplane, it is a beautiful airplane.
Absolutely it is. And like you were talking about, the carbon fiber, even the dash itself is very unique. It looks like something like a fairing off of a motorcycle, you know.
Now, they elected to go with the aluminum wing. Why? What's the decision making when you go aluminum versus fabric? Because we know fabric's lighter weight.
Right, it's lighter. The big thing though about an aluminum wing is you keep a solid airfoil all the way across. You don't have those little dipty-doos in between the ribs, and so you get a better lifting surface and more speed is the main thing.
That airplane really flies nice.
It looks like it does. Either that or Bill is that much of a better pilot, but because you know he's got over 7,500 hours. Spent many years in the military. And remember, he also has a wife that's talking about they need more grandchildren.
And isn't he selling those airplanes
Right, he's selling those airplanes, sure is. But like I say, we're going to get Levi out here in just a second. Folks, again, get ready to show your appreciation for Levi. Outstanding pilot, outstanding person. And really does a fine job with this Storch. Is that how you say it? Storch? Storch. Got it.
And that Storch can land pretty short. It's going to be interesting to watch his numbers. So here's an opportunity for somebody that can really make up in his category. He may not be able to make it up in speed, but he can make it up on landing distance.
Oh, yeah.
To equalize that overall score. You know, and Levi flies a lot. He flies for a living. He does some observation things in the King Air. He's got thousands of hours in King Air.
Well, you know, we don't want to talk about it because he might have to kill us if we did, but he does some kind of secret stuff overseas. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. All right. See what we got this Norden doing today.
Beautiful profile.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Right on the numbers there. A little bit fast, but still he's going to make a nice number on that.
He needs one of those beta props.
Oh, wouldn't he be nice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, if I had one of those on my airplane, I'd just back up till I got the distance I wanted.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah. Use what you got, right?
Right. All right, guys. We're getting Levi out here. He's getting ready to pull out on the runway. Okay, so our guy Bill in the Norden Had a time of 2:45 and a distance of 1:44.6. Very nice, very nice. I think he'll definitely be able to improve on that, but he's got one in the books for this round.
What engine's Levi got this storage?
You know, I think it's one of those Rotec engines. I think it's the USL, ULS, what do you call that?
Sure, cool looking airplane.
Man, I'm telling you, it is. Like I said, it's not a real fast airplane, but it is a super competitive airplane. All right, so looks like the wind's kind of playing with us again. We may have a little tailwind during Levi's run here. Oh, look who we got coming behind us. Our favorite pirate, Redbeard. Hey, Redbeard, come here, man. No. Somebody grab Redbeard.
Redbeard, get over here.
Come on, Redbeard. Redbeard, you know how many people were clapping for you? Quite a few, brother. Quite a few. More than they clap for us.
You're kind of one of the favorites around here, Redbeard.
Yeah. Wait a minute. You got to get on the mic now. Here, give me my mic. Well, she's his favorite girl. We got to give her that. It's only because she's an only girl, but she's still a favorite girl. But you, Redbeard, are our favorite pirate. Yeah, or pilot, one of the two. But all right. Anyway, tell us what happened on the last run and everything. I know you've got those old brakes. They do everything they can do, but trying to stop short. It's just really tough on that airplane to do that, is it not?
Yeah, the old cable brakes just don't work very well, and hopefully we'll have some hydraulic ones on them next year.
Sounds good, brother. But again, like we talked about, 65 horsepower. Brother, you kicked some butt, and we really appreciate you coming out here and being part of the event. All right, let's. We got Levi should be getting ready to take off any second. No penalties so far, right, guys? We got to talk to our favorite scorekeepers over here. All right, definitely no penalties so far. Just talk to the scorekeepers.
Does that storage have slats on it?
Yeah, it's got like slats on their leading edge. They're permanently attached. Okay. Now he's back to a headwind, so that's good for him. I know he'll appreciate that. Look at this thing slow down, guys.
Look at the landing gear, the travel on that deal.
Whoa! Now that is some pilot skills, baby. Has somebody got a new pair of underwear for him, though?
Give him a clap for that one, folks.
Yeah, come on, folks.
He needs some encouragement.
That was good right there.
We're going to have a presentation by Levi tonight.
Yeah.
We're going to have to develop a new award for that one.
Folks, it just shows you what can happen there when the wind changes. And, you know, that airplane is designed to be very slow, but, you know, trying to jump around these wind conditions is really, really tough. All right, y'all ready? Come on, guys. When he comes by. Hey. got that thing. I mean, his altitude was great right there, so he's definitely going to be improving on his time there. Hey, Jared, here comes your brother. Hey, Jared, what year is that Chief that your brother's flying, Jared? You know, Jared, your younger brother's having to fly a 85 horsepower 1948 Chief. I don't know if this is really fair, but it sure is fun.
But there is pilotage. Fly the equipment you got. So I think we're going to have to get some points on this one on pilotage.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. And
can little brother operate?
Oh, here's Bill. Here's Bill. Come on. Okay. Oh, that was a big improvement. Well, that's the thing is, you know, the one thing, he's trying to make sure that airplane goes home, so he's definitely not trying to push it, but did a wonderful job for that for sure. Hey, what do you think about Levi, too? Are we going to have to get the jaws alive to get the seat cushion out of his butt? Because I guarantee you that with that landing right there,
we may need to send our medical experts down there after this.
We can send MedCorp up there to get it dug out. I like it. All right, here we go. Levi gets another shot at redemption on this one.
3/4 scale Storch.
You know, if that's 3/4 scale, just imagine how big the original is. It's a huge airplane.
I think the wingspan on that, the original is like 46 feet, 46 or 7 feet.
Amazing. Airplane can stay up for hours and hours and hours. All right. Cyrus. All right, Greg, you know, there's a lot of cameras on us today. And, I mean, I don't know, I'm kind of nervous.
You know, it's always the review where you have to pay.
Right. Well, the thing I'm worried about, you know, I'm already a large fella, and I heard that the camera adds 20 pounds, and I see 1 camera, 2 cameras, 3 cameras.
Oh, we brought special cameras in that take 40 off.
Really?
Oh, technology is amazing.
Oh, I love that. Yeah. I'm a lot better now. I'm good.
See, we got one pointed at us right now.
Is that the 20 or 40 pounder?
That's 40 pounder.
40 pounder?
That's a 40X.
48?
48 pounder. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, here we go. We got Levi, the flying cowboy.
The thing is I want the pilots to get done, tied down.
All right, what time's the... All right, folks, we got Levi coming in to be his last attempt, and then we got Cyrus, younger brother of Jared Justice, and like I say, remember he's going to be the last one of the day. We're going to make sure that we clap for him. We're going to do a contest, clap contest. We're going to do a cheer contest so we can determine who's the winner between the older and younger Justice brother. All right, here we go. Levi's coming in.
Levi.
Beautiful.
Very nice. You're going to like this one.
Oh, yeah. Perfect.
Oh,
all right, everybody.
Woo! There is a second chance. Okay, I just got an announcement. We're going to move the NASA to 4:30, and I just stepped in there for a little bit, listening to him talk yesterday, and I wish I could have stayed longer. So I'm definitely going to be there at 4:30, and I mean this is not an opportunity that we get very often to, or never get to listen to the real stories of space, and so definitely be there at 4:30 if you can. Do we have a woohoo for Cyrus? Man, I wish I had my own fan club.
I tell you, I got to work on getting my fan club up here, man. It is nice to have a fan club when you're out here flying. Let's talk about Cyrus's airplane a little bit. This is an 85 horsepower airplane. Greg, 85 horsepower. So a lot of these folks around here, you know, you got these Huskies out here with 200 horsepower. You know, you've got some Legendaires out here with 180 horsepower. And here comes Cyrus with 85 horsepower.
And this is the airplanes that were built right after World War II. And no flaps, right?
No flaps. No flaps. I mean, imagine this plane was built in 1947. Imagine what was going on in America in 1947. The Second World War was just over. You had all of these pilots coming back, and the industry answered the call and came out with the Aranca. And off he goes.
You know, all the old guys always told me, you're not a real pilot unless you fly an airplane without flaps.
You know that. You know, I've heard that, and here he goes. Oh, nice slip into Traveler.
And
Looking
that's
real
exactly
good.
why you learn how to slip an airplane, slow it down, get it under control. So you got
it's like super
a
small.
nice landing, and you don't have to get in a ground loop situation, landing too fast.
What other choice do you have? You have no flats.
Use what you got.
You got to use what you got.
Like, I didn't think it was the real thing for a second.
So the Justice home strip is only 1,000 feet. So these guys were born into STOL. Here he comes around the corner. Look at him. He's got all 85 horses eating it. Slowly rising up, trying to preserve all that energy, and a nice straight shot right down their strip.
My understanding, the whole family's flyers.
That's exactly right. That is a family of aviators, and their home strip is 1,000 feet. So you can either fly STOL or just don't fly with the Justices. That's it.
That'd be a heavy load to carry to fly around with them.
You know, they were born into this STOL flying kind of thing. You understand he has a brother named Jared?
I've heard of him.
I've heard of him.
I've heard I don't know if he's quite as good as Cyrus, though.
I don't know. I mean, the real question is if you put them in the same airplane. You got to put them in the same airplane to figure out which brother is better.
You know, that's true.
But, you know, Don was bringing it up. I mean, do you really want to beat your older brother? You really don't want to do that. You know, you don't want to. And probably then there's going to be family strife. We're going to have the Sunday dinner.
Esteem issues. I mean, it's get messy. But I'm just dying to know, because all his family's sitting down there, which one's the favorite son?
Oh, see, now they're going to tell you, there's no favorites. We love them equally.
Yeah.
But you know, who knows?
Doesn't everybody have a
Everybody's got it.
Yeah.
You know that.
It could be Cyrus.
We're gonna have to see how he flies this airplane when it comes around. I think that it figures in very heavily.
Yeah.
Into the favoritism.
Oh,
who's the better pilot?
Here he comes too.
Ooh, he's high. He's high. Better get that slip in there. Now I wonder if this is a technique he's using. Oh, he's too high. He's too high. He's got a lot of falling to do. Well, he's going to trip. The
oh, look at that!
Holy cow!
Oh,
wow,
my
everybody,
goodness.
let's hear it. Let's hear it for Cyrus Justice. He brought it in beautifully.
That's got to be one of the top impressive landings today.
That was impressive. That was very impressive. He came over the trees, and everybody thought, well, he's been way, way, way too high. But, I mean, he really stuck it. What'd you think about that, Jared? It looked really good. The big brother gives him a 10.
Man,
that's that family support right there.
Oh man,
that's what I'm talking about. It was some
I don't think we're going to wedge him
airmanship.
today.
No,
I don't
think it's
think we're going to buck him.
I don't think it's possible. I think that's a united front.
Big brother did tell him, he gave him some tips how to fly safe, and I think he did a good job.
Obviously. And that was just I'm glad we got that on tape, folks, because if you're at home watching that, you're looking at an excellent piece of airmanship right there. Let's give it up one more time for Cyrus Justice. And you know he's a right good fiddle player too.
I heard that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
what did he have for time on that?
259. That's really good with 85 horsepower.
Yeah.
He's literally running with half the horsepower of some of the rest of these competitors and coming in within seconds. That's impressive.
So Cyrus did teach Jared everything he knows.
It looks. Well, I think you may have that back.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
But to answer the question, yes.
You know, I grew up, I was the youngest of 4, so I'm always I have to stick up for the little brother. You know?
There you go. Well, it's just amazing that with 85 horsepower, he's within mere seconds of somebody who's running planes with twice the horsepower that he's got. Also, he's flying an antique. Let's don't forget that. And off he goes. I'm not sure Cyrus has picked up a lot of tips today, watching these other pilots and talking to his family members about the best way to run this course. And you'll see he's going to come out of that power now, and here comes that left slip. Now, he doesn't do the Jaden Newman turn to the right to come into Traveler.
Nobody,
I was asking some folks about that.
Nobody
does that.
Like Jaden.
But I wouldn't change it.
That.
I wouldn't change it, Jaden. It's obviously working.
No, nobody does it like Jaden. There's often people that try to duplicate it, but they can't imitate it.
There you go. So this young man has obviously just gotten his license. He's under 200 hours, but all of his flying has been backcountry family strips. Here he comes. Look at that good turn around the corner, not wasting any energy, no bobbles. Looking clean, coming down the river strip. Looking real good. While we have a minute, while Cyrus is off, I think we need to give a shout out to the volunteers. Greg,
Absolutely.
who make this possible. You got to give it up for the volunteers, ladies and gentlemen, who make these events possible. I'm telling you, we've got great scorekeepers here. The folks doing the marshaling, the timing, just outstanding. And Greg done a great job announcing today. It's been a pleasure to be on the mic with you.
It's been a pleasure to deal with you, Matt. I got tongue-tied over it.
Look who we have behind us. He's alive and well, ladies and gentlemen. Levi Nugas says he's alive and well.
Tell us about that experience, sir.
Well, you did tell me before this started you wanted me to put on a show for him. Did you not tell me that?
This is true.
All right, you told me that, so I put on a show.
Did they send medical back there to get that thing out of your...
It's still in there. But I could offer all kinds of excuses, but you know what they sound like? Wah, 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 Charlie Brown, right? Hey, I had a good time, and that's all that matters. I didn't leave any parts on the runway, and I could fly the airplane again. It was fun.
I think someone needs to walk the runway to check the parts.
We just got news.
After it, Jaden.
Cyrus cleared the pylons on his departure. He has left Driftwood and is on his way back.
Hey, That was one of the best ground loops I've ever seen.
Here he comes in high again. Cyrus is high again. Jared, take a look at that. He's coming in now. He's got to slip it in. Got a lot of energy, a lot of altitude that he's got to get that energy out of that.
There we go.
And there he goes. 2 wheels, soft.
Beautiful, Cyrus.
Outstanding, ladies and gentlemen. Cyrus Justice. Beautiful. That's 3 minutes even. Only 1 second slower from his last one. Outstanding, outstanding run by Cyrus Justice. We're going to wait and get his link, and then they'll tabulate all of this. Folks, remember at 4:30, there will be a briefing from our NASA representative here on the Artemis mission to the moon. It is absolutely fascinating. I went to it yesterday. I may go again today. It is a great story of how we're going to go to the moon. And yes, the same technology that's going to take us to Mars. Don't miss it. 4:30 in the AO Patent.
Thank you, everybody, for coming.